wise and true. In her mind, visions of the new. Sees potential in every soul. Loves her compass, loves her goal. Oh, she's longing up day and night, with a heart that's growing bright. Helping those who need a hand, guiding them to understanding. Counseling hearts so wise and true. In her mind, visions of the new. Sees potential in every soul. Loves her compass, loves her goal. Oh, she's longing up day and night, with a heart that's growing bright. Helping those who need a hand, guiding them to understanding. Advocate for every child, lending ears and running wild. Shines a light in the darkest place, fighting battles with mother's grace. Investigates with sharpest eyes, exposes truth, no compromise. Holds opinions strong and willful, but gives advice that's ever skillful. Force of nature, strong and kind. Voice for those who can't speak their mind. Sees the world through a lens so clear. Finds the truth without any fear. Oh, she's warming it up day and night, with a heart that's growing bright. Helping those who need a hand, guiding them to understanding. Counseling hearts so wise and true. In her mind, visions of the new. Sees potential in every soul. Loves her compass, loves her goal. Oh, she's warming it up day and night, with a heart that's growing bright. Helping those who need a hand, guiding them to understanding. Counseling hearts so wise and true. In her mind, visions of the new. Sees potential in every soul. Loves her compass, loves her goal. Oh, she's warming it up day and night, with a heart that's growing bright. Helping.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me. I am CCN, and you are on Mommin' It Up, where I'm always doing all things mommin'. Multitasking mommin' is usually what you get these days, but I'm actually just leaving my older son's turning green ceremony, and we had a family pass for the weekend, but they can't go far from base, and now we're all heading home. And I have some very interesting different shows that I wanted to go over regarding the Sebastian Rogers case that I think would be perfect to discuss with all of you and keep me going as I head out. Don't worry, I will not be distracted or doing anything like that. I have the whole driving situation and all that stuff taken care of. I know some people get very nervous when they know you're in the car. I want to welcome everybody. KJ, thank you so much for being here and for modding. Trishy, thank you so much for joining us and for modding. Shadow, hi, welcome. Holly S., how are you? Gus, oh my gosh, I am so sorry to hear this. I will definitely try to reach out to you. Um, can you email me your main number, because I can call you from the other phone, and I can use international if I can't get you through the voice thing. I will definitely be praying for you, and we will have to talk so you can fill me in on how the heck are you in ICU. Jenny Machete, how are you? It's so nice to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. So I guess what I'm going to start out with is a little disclaimer, right? Because I have to say that this is for discussion purposes only. It falls under fair use. Oftentimes I will be going over news clips or interviews and content that has previously been, made and created and put out there. And then I will discuss whatever I feel. My key wording is what I call certain things if I'm looking at it like a statement analysis standpoint. And then we have the chat. So everything in chat is your opinion. And for discussion purposes, it doesn't reflect upon anybody on my channel or myself. If somebody calls in, it's the same premise. It's all like kitchen table coffee talk. So it's opinions and discussions, and we form hypothesis. Sometimes we could be talking about things like we are tonight. That's an active investigation. And I just like to put a disclaimer out. And of course, everything is entertainment only. You have to do your own research. So when we're going over the news clips, I always post links in chat. However, do your own due diligence, double check, triple check, because as you all know, we have heard several different statements. For example, in the case of Sebastian Rogers, from the dad, the stepdad alone, right? From the stepfather talking about Memphis, talking about, the 25th, the 26th, my truck, polygraphs, different things. So it's important to fact check and to look at this as a discussion, forming hypothesis, critical thinking. And if you know anything at all that could help find Sebastian, it's 1-800-TBI-FIND. Sebastian Rogers was 15 when he was last known to be at his residence in Hendersonville, Tennessee. They said it was like February 26th that he was reported missing, and it was on all of the flyers that he was reported missing on February 26th of 2024. But recently it was corrected to last being seen and verified to the 25th, which was a Sunday. And that was recently changed. So that's something that's very important. He has autism, a recent diagnosis of autism, allegedly according to parents, and he has a chromosomal deletion syndrome. So he was said to have left the house with a little flashlight and no shoes, leaving all of his devices and electronics and even cash behind. We all have opinions on this. I don't necessarily know, how to really frame it, but it does seem like there's a lot of suspicion. Did he get home? Did he not get home? And that's what we're all talking about. And we want to share his flyers that are updated to reflect the current information, share the flyers that are current, because they actually present Sebastian as the teenager that he was, as we've seen in Texas Roadhouse footage, and not the younger Sebastian. And when I say younger, I mean the mom, for some reason, and the stepdad were on, international news, Fox and Friends, at the end of March, and they presented them with photos of Sebastian where he was shorter than his mom's bosom. And we found out when we saw the Texas Roadhouse video, which was the last known video that we have been aware of Sebastian on Sunday, the 25th, before he was reported missing, before he was last seen. And he was noticeably grown. And so that is all I can say on all of that. And again, I want to thank you so much for stopping by. I will post that. Nick just texted me. I will have it scrolling at the bottom of my screen. I don't have a membership link, I am in the car when I'm in the office, and at home, I can definitely post that. The membership, I will be doing things, casually here and there as we build up the channel. For everybody that's been here, I have not monetized until recently. It is something that took me a long time, but I have decided that I need to monetize, because in order to put the time and effort into doing this with everybody, I just don't have the time to do it without monetizing. So far, we've made $22, and I'm going to be transparent in the beginning unless I start hitting big bucks, which, I expect to have millions here, right? And I'll share with you just how much you really can make in the beginning on YouTube. It's kind of funny. But I do have memberships now, and I do have the Cash App and the Venmo, and it has been something that people have asked me about for a while, and I feel comfortable now being called the newest grifter, even though I'm the latest grifter to the case. And I think I put more time into it than people could ever imagine, actually, with the hours upon hours that I've listened to. And I really hope that some of you gain some valuable information and try to think of things through a different lens. I know it's hard. I know there's a lot of stress when you're watching content. But if we could just learn together and then talk and share, I think we have a lot that we can offer one another in a community that's filled with so much drama. And it is a very depressing topic, right? So I hope you had a great night's sleep, KJ. I'm so sorry. I know how rough it is when we're tired. Oh, that weird rapper guy. Can you block him again? This guy, he's back again. He's one of those weird people from the other side that didn't like me for some reason. Okay. Let's see. We can do the blockity block to anybody that's known to be a problem. Considering tonight we're going to be talking about advocates that, we're going to talk about advocates. We're going to talk about one of my favorite people that I know online, and I don't know in real life, but one of my favorite people has been K9 Jules and her amazing dog. She has the most amazing canines that are, they just have skills and talent, and they're gorgeous. And I'm going to share one of the things that she shared with us, and we're going to go over that. And I think that's what we'll start with. So we'll start out with listening to Jules's latest, and then we'll go into the next thing. And I want to hear from you guys. If anybody would like to come up and give me your opinion on any of this, please feel free to do so. And let's get into it.
Nothing. But one thing they did not search is the garbage, and that is why.
This is K9 Jules. Her link will be in the description.
About everywhere for the autistic teen within a 5-mile radius of her home, and it found nothing. But one thing they did not search is the garbage, and that is why Sumner County deputies and Kentucky State Police spent the day searching a landfill in White Plains, Kentucky. Why there? Well, News Channel 5 has learned that trash in the Stafford Court neighborhood is picked up every Monday between 5 and 6 a.m., and it was sent to that landfill. So all the trash from the neighborhood dumpsters, including the trash bin at Sebastian's home, was picked up and gone before the teen was even reported missing. Officers are digging through trash and the landfill looking for any clues. They don't know what they'll find, but say the search is part of leaving no stone unturned. There's the possibility some evidence was disposed of in the trash. So if you
remember, this was when Nick Ferris had covered it, and they went to the Kentucky landfill, and she's going to give us a little bit of information on what they may have been doing there. And then also you'll hear a little bit of a clip. That's the main thing I wanted to share with you guys, is the clip of a conversation she had with the stepfather, Chris Proudfoot. And it's one of the many times that he pretty much insinuates and states that there were cameras present, because you'll hear.
Everyone knows that there was a landfill search conducted during this investigation. However, I think a lot of landfill searches, everyone or most people automatically assume that if a landfill is being searched, that means that there was a deceased individual within the landfill. But those are the only kinds of searches that are done in regards to landfill searches. Now, foul play, whether it is or is not suspected, doesn't mean unaliving an individual. It could mean any type of malicious intent or activity, i.e. discarding evidence, hiding anything. Foul play does not automatically mean unaliving someone, although that's the conclusion that a lot of individuals will jump to. Now, I want to be crystal clear in a couple things. I do not believe that Katie and Chris Proudfoot unalive Sebastian. I've never thought that, and I don't believe that at all. And obviously, I know Seth Rogers had absolutely nothing to do with the son's disappearance because Seth Rogers wasn't even there. Seth Rogers was at work, accounted for, and until I hear otherwise from law enforcement, I'm going to believe that's where he was at. And the same goes for the stepfather, Christopher Proudfoot. He put out that he was at work, and unless I hear otherwise from law enforcement, I'm going to believe that's where he was. We won't know anything until law enforcement comes up with official statements on locations and alibis, so I think it's best that we also have speculation. The only thing we do know for sure is that Katie Proudfoot, Sebastian's biological mother, was with Sebastian in the house the night he went missing. Again, I am not at all saying that Katie did anything nefarious to Sebastian. I'm just merely stating the facts that we know. Chris was at work, Seth was at work, and Katie was home with Sebastian the night he went missing. Those are the facts as we see them. Now,
so this is one of the wonderful things that I enjoy about K9 Jewels. I do speculate a lot when I'm, especially like when we're doing our statement analysis hat, and law enforcement, in my opinion, and I'm different though, right? Because K9 Jewels, I thank her all the time for our service, and she's, you know, in the military, and so she is a little different than I am with certain opinions on things with this case, because I do feel a little strongly that there's
right
certain
onto US
stuff,
231
right,
South,
that's a little
US
different.
280 East.
But she's right.
Continue on US 280
oh my
West
goodness,
for
the darn
33
thing.
miles.
Come on with the navigation. So law enforcement hasn't clarified certain things, in my opinion, enough for me, where I still speculate about, you know, did he really get home? Because from what we've been told, listening to Chris and Katie with Heather Cohen's call, and then what Seth had said, it seems like there was only audio given from the dash cam. So I'm just saying, this is why it's awesome. Like, you can have different opinions and stuff. There's no reason not to be able to have different opinions. But I can understand why she doesn't want to speculate. And I was like that for a while, but I respect her a lot because I feel like she knows, like, she knows exactly how easy it is to get into the crosshairs of people wanting to cause problems and not being here for the right reasons. And I think she's fantastic. And anyways, let's just keep going.
Search and rescue individual. My certifications come through either agencies that back law enforcement or federal agencies or state agencies, so I cannot speak to SAR. However, it wasn't the SAR organization that got the search warrant for this. It was the Kentucky State Police, actually. I have the sources for that. One thing that stood out to me particularly was during this landfill search was basically the excavators and the backhoes and everything. For me personally, if I was looking for a cadaver or I had reasonable suspicion to believe that there was a deceased individual in a landfill, I would not be using this heavy duty equipment to search for a deceased individual. Landfill searches are very extensive. There's a lot that goes into them. And as the one podcast, which is still underposted, he did mention that cadaver canines in particular are going to be hitting on every Band-Aid. They're going to be finding bones out there. So you need to collect everything. Band-Aids, tampons, wraps from wounds, you name it. You want to pull everything that the dogs hit on because you honestly don't know where it's from. It could be considered evidence. It could be from the individual. Landfill searches are very, very, very extensive.
So like she was saying, it was the Kentucky State Police that were there. They have 5 like electronic K9s, right? So they can look for everything like lithium ion batteries. And one of the interesting things, if you go to the website for Ring, they use lithium ion batteries. The rumor speculations that I heard was that the Proudfoots potentially had Blink, which is a different type of system, potentially. The stepdad and the mom's house where Sebastian lived and he was last seen. And that could be why they went to the landfill, because this state trooper department had 5 of those types of canines. And it's very interesting. And then we're going to listen to a clip of her conversation with Chris Proudfoot, the stepfather of Sebastian. And let me know what you guys think in the comments. And if you want to watch the highway drive, let me know, and I will see if I can turn the camera on, because I have one of the cameras that, you know, shows the road. But I do want to make everybody dizzy and stuff, so that's why I figured I would just keep the camera off.
Right.
But my wife's
boss, walks around my entire house taking pictures and video.
Oh, what the fuck?
Of the car.
There is a
Just
cuss
my
word or
house.
two in here, just so you know.
A lot of teams use the conveyor belt method when doing searches, but I don't believe that cadaver dogs were the main reason for going to this landfill. I believe it was in regards to something else, i.e. electronics or evidence. Now I'm going to play for you a excerpt from a call with Chris Proudfoot, who is Sebastian's stepfather, and I want you to pay very, very close attention to some of the things he says here.
I mean, that PI, Heather, that showed up to my house when we weren't home, walks on the property. There's 4 signs all around my property. No trespassing. The one in the front yard does state, no trespassing, violators will be prosecuted.
Right.
She decides to get out of her car. She has an encounter with 3 of my neighbors. Walks around my entire house taking pictures and video.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
No. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah. And then she was wobbling on your property. Well, hold on. She showed up a day or 2 later.
Now let's remember who she's talking to, and when you want to meet, you have to match somebody's energy. So, you know, I can understand cussing, and I am no angel when the kids can't hear me, and I'm frustrated, and nobody that's, you know, my senior can hear me. I will say a few of the F-bombs myself. The only thing I really try to never do is, you know, saying GD and like taking the Lord's name in vain. But I just want to put that out there because people are so judgy that people are judgy anyway. But anyway, here we go.
Walks up to the front porch, doesn't ring the doorbell. If she did, no, well, it never rang because we didn't have one.
Right.
But my wife's boss and another coworker in the house, and we are upgrading our security system.
Yeah.
But she said,
now I've heard so much back and forth, just speculation on whether or not cameras did exist inside the house between, I believe there's an interview with Nina where she said that she said to Chris, you have cameras in your house. I've also heard somewhere that Chris's cameras was watching what Sebastian would sneak and eat in the middle of the night. I don't know if these are even true, either one of these claims. However, I just thought that statement was weird when he kind of laughed and backtracked the doorbell statement. It just was odd. And upgrading security system. So these are 3 scenarios that could come from the term upgrading security system. Again, these are all speculation in my opinion. I'm not saying these are 100% accurate and true, but these are just some ideas to put forth in your head, which leads to my theory about the landfill search. So I know there was speculation about the quote-unquote 2 different landfills that were searched. So this could be where the confusion stems from, because it looks like the trash was taken to a transfer station, which is, I'm assuming, an entirely separate landfill area, and then taken to there it was dumped. Now here I have highlighted the organizations that were there for the landfill search, and here they do mention K9s. Now, me as a nationally certified canine handler, I'm going to admit I initially thought, hey, perhaps cadaver K9s only were utilized for this. However, after looking into the Kentucky State Police, I discovered they have a whole another different type of K9 there also, and that is the electronic device K9s. I'm going to show you a picture of a couple of them here. Kentucky State Police does have 5 of these as of when this article was published. They may have some new additions now, but I just found that interesting. And again, all in my opinion, everything that's been weird with this whole thing with the
So I'm going to replay that little clip so you can hear again. And then, Trish, if you're still here, is there any way you could drop the link in the chat? Because I don't know if it posted properly. I'm not sure. Darn thing. There we go. My window is fucking weird. This is the part of Georgia that is so frustrating because it goes 65, 50, 60, 50.
system and the lights and whatnot, and
Let's go back to
my
that.
conversation.
Let's see.
signs all around my property.
Mhm.
No trespassing. The one in the front yard,
Father, and I want you to pay very, very close attention to some of the things he says here. Now I'm going to play for you a excerpt from a call with Chris Proudfoot, who is Sebastian's stepfather, and I want you to pay very, very close attention to some of the things he says here.
I mean, that PI, Heather, showed up to my house when we weren't home. Walks on the property. There's 4 signs all around my property. No trespassing. The one in the front yard does state, no trespassing, violators will be prosecuted.
Right.
She decides to get out of her car. She has an encounter with 3 of my neighbors. Walks around my entire house taking pictures of video.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
So he says that she gets out of the car, has an encounter with 3 neighbors. 3. So somehow 3 neighbors just happened to see her. I mean, there's not a lot of houses on that road, so that's interesting. And he has no trespassing signs all over, he says. And she still goes and walks around and takes pictures. Did you guys ever remember seeing a bunch of no trespassing signs in the live streams? Or, I mean, I remember hearing that it wasn't, you know, like they were asking that, like, the news didn't even show the house on video. And then there was a rumor, speculation, I'm not sure if it was ever validated, that there was a threat made to somebody, one of the reporters, you know, for aiming the camera at the house.
No. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah, and this was while I was on your property. Well, hold on. She started up the there to enter my house. Walks up to the front porch, doesn't ring the doorbell. If she did, no, well, it never rang because we didn't have one.
Right.
But my wife's boss and another coworker in the house, and we are upgrading our security system.
Yeah.
But she said.
Now, I've heard so much back and forth, just speculation on whether or not cameras did exist inside the house between, I believe it was an interview with Nina where she said that she said to Chris, you have cameras in your house. I've also heard somewhere that Chris's cameras was watching what Sebastian would sneak and eat in the middle of the night. I don't know if these are even true, either one of these claims. However, I just thought that statement was weird when he kind of laughed and backtracked the doorbell statement. It just was odd. And upgraded security system. So these are 3 scenarios that could come from the term upgrades. In my opinion, I'm not saying these are 100% accurate and true, but these are just some ideas to put forth in your head, which leads to my theory about the landfill search.
So, as you can see, this is why I really, you know, think highly of Jules, because she stands by her hypothesis and she'll change them based on information. She doesn't stick with anything. She just goes with what she sees as fact and her personal knowledge and things like that. And she doesn't care if somebody gets annoyed, you know, with the fact that she is going to stand by what she believes, and she'll change it if facts change, right? So I enjoy listening to her for a lot of reasons, like I said before, but this is one of them that you can see right now. She started off explaining to us what we know, what, right, like what's been validated in terms of, you know, Seth is supposed to be at work, Chris is supposed to be at work, Katie's in the home. And then she reminds us about the landfill search and all of that. And now she's giving her opinion, but she's separating them. See, and people always jump to conclusions and don't give people a chance. And I've had to deal with that a lot. So I'm just saying this is one of the reasons. And when I'm home, I'm hoping, I had the pleasure of her coming on and chit-chatting with me a couple months ago. And I had the displeasure of somebody coming on and dropping the N-word, which I think was the same guy that we just blocked again. I think he's like known to go around and do that. And then it was stuck in YouTube, like purgatory, so to speak. Because I had to edit it out of that. You know, I had to edit that horrible, you know, thing out. And just ridiculous, because it got stuck in some sort of purgatory of YouTube. I don't know what happened. So I ended up, I think I stopped the editing. I don't know. I did something, and now I got it clipped where it's like half the show and half the show. And I need to figure out how to get rid of that, just that little thing. But I'm driving right now for anybody that just tuned in. I'm heading home from Georgia from my son's turning green ceremony and family time, you know, the family, I don't know what they call it at the moment. Not family leave. I don't know. I get confused because I went to my brother so many times and so many friends and family I've done this with. It's very different when it hits you and it's your child, because I was already, you know, in the mentality of, okay, he's doing the Marines, he was doing the delayed entry program, he was going, you know, every morning for a long time, you know, to get ready to because the Marines is a whole different level. And then he decided no, because he really wants to be a ranger, and then he wants to be a canine handler. You know, he wants to be a state trooper, and he's got like all these plans since he was little, and I think he's actually going to reach them, because he's amazing with our dogs. And our Marshmallow, Grandma actually drove down with Marshmallow so that he could see her, and it was absolutely beautiful because he hasn't seen her. She lost one of her legs, and it's been like a whole thing, and so it was really emotional. And then we bought our little dog, and then I bought our other dog, and it was just great. The whole weekend was amazing. But that's where I'm heading back from right now, and I have CarPlay, so I could have my phone where I'm talking to you guys, and then I have the tablet that is in the speakers, and I don't have to touch anything and do anything. Like I could just, you know, touch the steering wheel to pause. And that's what so I can't show you the videos and stuff because I'm driving. Where I would, well, I have to ask Jules for permission, but I would share some of the content that we're going to review. She just put this out today, which I didn't realize. I thought it said 15 hours ago. And typically I would not want to share something the same day. So, but I don't think she'll mind because I'm pretty itty bitty now. I don't really get nearly the views that I was before. So I don't think she'd mind. And I'm having a horrible delay again where there's nothing popping up on the CarPlay screen from chat. It's like really delayed. So I'll have to refresh that. I don't know why that's happening. But I figured I wanted to catch up on things, and it's a long drive, and it's boring to listen to stuff by yourself all the time. So I figured, you know, why don't I do this while I'm doing the rest of it? I think I have 4 hours left. Oh, hey, Jules, you're here. How are you? I hope you're doing good. Oh, yeah, but you had to meet his energy. You know that. You did the right thing. In my opinion. I think people have to put into context, you know, you have to put into context when you're talking to people. There's casual conversations. There's crankified. I call it crankified. You know, like if I'm tired and I have a headache and stuff. And then I might be a little more snarky. I might cuss a little. Depends. Trishy can vouch. I've had tonight. I said a couple words that I wish I didn't. This case has a tendency to make me cuss when I'm venting and discussing it. It's very interesting. But don't feel bad. It happens. So the next thing on the playlist, I'm trying to remember, I had it, my playlist organized a little bit, was with the landfill, there was a news clip that they discussed how they didn't find anything, but then there was a lot of speculation about there being 2 landfill searches. But there was not 2. I think it was a miscommunication because, and Jules explains it in this video, so you have to watch it in full if you check out the link. It goes to one place to be sorted, and then it gets taken over to this, I believe is what the final synopsis was, because I trust her. Just like I trust, you know, Coffin Doctor. This is just what I go by. There's just certain people that if they say something, I already know they've edited it, and that if it's not accurate, it's not at any fault of their own, in my opinion. So I'm pretty sure, I don't know if you can confirm if I'm correct or not, Jules. Yes, the transfer station. Thank you. I think that's what I was hearing. So I think you're definitely right. I appreciate you clarifying that. I wanted to share in the next one, because I only listened to this one time, because I had on the last month. I had the baby's unexpected emergency surgery after his first exploratory surgery. Then I had to go to New York and back. I had to go to New York, Connecticut. I had to do all this stuff back home. And then I had to go to Georgia and back, as I'm doing now. So I missed listening to a lot of stuff. And this was the conversation that was actually with Heather Cohen, another one of the conversations that Justin reviewed, I think like 2 weeks ago. And I find it interesting that there's some things in that conversation that kind of tie into this conversation. Because he makes a comment about cameras, and there's also something that Katie says about Sebastian throwing trash out from the car, which I thought was very interesting, that he threw trash out from the car, not just from the house. Thanks for stopping by, Jenny. I hope you're doing well. Is SF back again? Is he back? He blocked me a while ago. I think his breaking point, I didn't really ever say much, but I think the breaking point was when I asked exactly, would he mind clarifying exactly how many people is on his team? Because there is no clarification. There was just one panel had discussed that they had come on to clear up some rumors and that they worked under SF with 2 other people, and then there was a person under them, and they're not on each other's team, this other person. It was all confusing, very word salad-esque, like we're kind of used to. So I was like, let me just ask him to clarify who is on his team. No idea, Trishi. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I guess it's duplicate accounts. Because that's the one thing, you can change a name up to 3 times in 14 days. Because with the other channel, I was changing the, the name of the channel. Because I like the other name better. And it said, I think 3 times in 14 days. Or something like that. So people can recycle channels a lot. So if they make a bunch of channels, you just change the name and keep on going. Hang on, let me give you guys the link if anybody wants to come up. Obviously, this time I will not take a chance. I don't know what happened last time because I thought I had a delay when I did that. I don't know how to do it. It's weird. Usually it's on the bottom, but it's not right now. That doesn't surprise me. Normally, I'm not a blocky type of person, but with some people, it's not worth, you already know that it's just not worth it. There's better things that they can do with their time. I'm very boring to troll. I'm not boring to troll on the phone, though. I have fun on the phone. I've been a doctor, a lawyer, a psychiatrist, a neurosurgeon, an actor, an acrobat, a clown. You know, when people call, the telemarketing people, and sometimes people that don't really exactly sound like telemarketing people. Let me see if I can. Nope, that's not it. I'm gonna try to just put this part on, and then when I stop, in probably like 5 or 10 minutes, because I have to stretch my legs, I'll try to see if I can fix that StreamYards link. Because I don't know, I can't see it, so I can put it in chat. Especially if you're hanging around, Gus, and you want to chit chat, if you're feeling up to it. Because I can imagine laying in ICU is horrible, but I also don't know if you'd feel up to talking. But I want to put it out there. So this is Josh from the lab, and he was reviewing one of the calls from Heather Cohen and Katie a couple weeks ago, where, like I said, there was some interesting discussion about the garbage.
Right, like you just said. And you said, no, other than him going.
And all credit to K9 Tools and to Josh with the lab. This is the lab after dark. All the links will be in the description. I apologize that I can't get them into the chat. I thought I had everything ready to go. I had it copy and pasted in the notepad, so I just had to touch the button on the steering wheel. But, you know, I'm surprised that I could do this so easy. I'm not surprised that I can't do copy and paste, because I don't know how. I'm not good with the techie stuff.
Missing no CPS cases.
I wonder if I still have it.
I can't hear. Maybe that.
He didn't say anything. Can you hear him, Chris?
Oh, that was, he was reviewing when he was on Smiley's. Trying to see the one with Justin. Where'd it go?
Okay, I get it. So it's the only open investigation.
Thank you. Yep. What the frig are you talking about? Josh, come on, man. You know when a guy... I know what he's saying. There's a funny one. Off topic, but do you know who else had 5 marriages? Lori Vallow. I heard Jay say this too.
Lori Vallow had 5?
When Seth was going off on Chris, that it reminded her of Stephen Stearns. What the freak? Did anybody else hear that? Am I imagining that happened? Somebody sent that to me. I don't give a shit. She can play whatever she wants. They all say they don't watch. They all watch. Trust me. I can see that they clip my shit right after I'm done all the time. I can see it. It tells you. It tells you who's clipped your shit. Happens to me almost every night.
I asked for permission and Josh said it was okay. That's rude. I mean, I understand that YouTube encourages it, but I feel like with other live streamers, unless you're talking about you or it's like a real important interview with the parents, you shouldn't really ask. Because, I mean, I don't know. I always feel weird playing somebody's entire life like that. Because it's their content, you know? But I guess if you're... I guess it really depends, I guess. But in the manner of which Josh is talking about right now, no, I think that's baloney. I mean, it's not being used to be nice. It's being used to be edited and nonsensical, you know. But I guess this might not be the live. I might have the wrong live.
I just thought that was a really odd thing to say. And then, I have the super chat thing reading out. I've been doing that for a couple weeks now. All of a sudden, Clue's doing it. Oh, I wonder who she watches. Who does that? That would be me. I know they watch me. I don't watch that.
Oh, yeah, the stream. I used to love Streamlabs. Streamlabs is great because it has the auto stuff. And StreamYards is good, but Streamlabs and stuff is a lot more fun stuff, and it's a lot easier, in my opinion, than OBS. But I just don't have time to, relearn all of that stuff again. That's why, I was sharing earlier, in a way, I wish I just signed up for a show and just did content and I just knew what I was doing. And because it's a lot of work, especially if you want it to look good and you want it to be presentable. It's one thing if you're just going to come on and chat and do panels and stuff, then it's not as stressful. But if you want to be kind of professional-ish, it's a lot of work. It really is. But a lot of people, they're faking it till they're making it, and they copycat what they see works for some, and I would take it as flattering, Josh. Take it as flattering. I'm sure he does.
They watch me. I really don't watch them. The only thing that I watch are the clips that I get sent. But I don't just sit and... It's crazy.
No, I'm the same way. I can't watch any of it. I can't watch things that I'm not interested in at all. I have no need. Why would you want to watch or listen to something that is just going to get you aggravated? You're not learning anything. You're not laughing. I don't know. I mean, I don't watch very much.
Head northwest toward US 280 West.
Okay, that was rude. She's being rude. Did you hear her? She's being loud and rude. I'm getting out to stretch my legs there. Navvy lady. Naggy Navvy. Okay, let me see. I really wanted to do this first before I went into my favorite advocate. All right, let's see. I'm trying to see if I can. Get the StreamYards link and get the right share. See, I'm really driving. Oh, it's taking that horrible sound. I'm really unruly. Let me just try to get the link. Got it. You can tell you're getting older when you have to stop and you have to stretch.
Like I was just waiting for him to finish whatever he was saying. He didn't finish what he was trying to say. I didn't think.
That's not it.
I'm brashing to the point.
That's not it either.
And it's this one.
I would love to have you,
I felt
Trishy.
better that she was there. I didn't want her to leave, but I wanted her to go home.
Oh, thank you. That's so kind of you.
But I didn't want her to leave. I wanted her to stay. Because it was comfortable to have her. As hard as it was on her, and it was hard on her, she stayed.
I'm not sure what he's talking about. This is not the live.
The kid gets your goat, but they don't know where it's tied.
I'm sorry for whatever he was sharing.
That's it. I mean, that's all there is to it. There's nothing more to it.
So yeah, the internet can break the fuck today because I'm over it.
Oh,
We got
jeez.
one bill.
You said that before about the internet breaking, but it never has. It's just not.
That's not it.
I don't know if people care that much.
We're down. We're working on getting a couple other ones down. Yeah, that's for sure what they did. So,
Well, if you notice that, might keep some bitch asses in Pennsylvania. Well, you can't leave Delaware County.
2-year contract for Sebastian attorney.
Well, I'm glad you showed up the show. Yeah.
You're fine. I'm just glad I put it on subscribers only mode.
Oh, okay. So that's what you want. Wouldn't have to use it.
Laptop's on.
That's not it. Trying to find the one when he reviewed. Oh, it's gone. I don't know where it went. I think we're gonna have to move on to the next one. Trishy should be here soon. Did you get the link, Trishy? Hi, Lisa. How are you? Thank you so much, Jules, if you're still here, for letting me share.
When it's now down, leave it. Tons of it.
I'm just looking for the interview that Justin debuted that had Chris, Katie, and Heather Cohen. And I don't know where it went. I think I spent too much time looking for it, though. I think I need to move on to the next thing on the playlist so I don't bore you all too much.
Make it.
Does anybody know what episode number it was? I can't remember what episode number it was. It's when Josh played Spanning the Globe.
I know 50 white girls.
Get Your
that
Spirit
would kick your
Box.
ass right now.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
That's not it.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. What's up?
So strange. I had it, now it's gone. Oh well. Yes, it was fantastic. I so enjoy when she puts her content out. Trisha, I'll send you the link again if you need it. Trying to find that one show, but I also am trying to pull up the next one, and because I wanted to go over, the Advocate has become my favorite advocate. I say that with sarcasm, Julie, and then I think Tony addressed her. I haven't heard yet. Let me see. Oh, okay. I'll repaste the link. Hold on. Hold. One momento, por favor. Let me mute so it doesn't get feedback. All right, I just sent it again. So you should be getting it. So what I'll do is I'll start Julie Skolnick on Everyday with Jay while we wait for Trishy to come up so I can give my feedback on these.
You guys crank me up. Vote the poll.
So I have this downloaded.
Okay, so I just clicked off the YouTube because I was getting a echo. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're okay. You sound good to me.
So, yeah. So, I really didn't want to listen to any.
I'll share the link. I'm not playing it from the YouTube. I have it downloaded, but I'll share the link to the actual YouTube stream that Julie Skolnick went on called Everyday with Jay.
Tony and Brittany J or Smiley. And so I have not listened to the part after Tony drops down, what Smiley says, because I imagine it's only going to get worse from.
Hang on one second. Let me just post this link. Okay, I think the link went through. And I sent the link over to Trishy. That's the link to Everyday with Jay. This is the link to K9 Captain Jules.
from there, and I really don't want to feel upset about it.
Right. I
So,
get that.
Because they're saying things that are really horrendous.
Welcome, Trishy.
I was coming up only to ask you, Jay.
You just have to unmute, Trish,
No relationship.
if you want to talk. Do you want me to unmute you? Are you there? I see you, but we can't hear you. For some reason. I don't know why. Don't know why we can't hear you. Oh, now you're muted. Sometimes you have to go in and go out and enable the camera access. Like you'll have to click enable it and then just shut it off, because when you come on, you're behind stage. You're not, like, you don't come right on the live. That's why a lot of times I'll be like, oh, you have to have your camera on so I know who you really are. So you might have to refresh your browser and then click allow mic and camera and then just change it. You know, and just turn the camera off.
Since they're going to be putting out, first of all, I think there were multiple things. Brittany doesn't know me.
Start seeing.
An audience of
All right, so this is too low.
People who have somebody with autism. You and I
still can't hear you, Trish.
No relationship, you know. I mean, and so I think you're a good person to possibly do this if you could do it, or assign it to maybe a couple people that you know who are good at researching. Since they're going to be putting out, first of all, I think there were multiple things, multiple things. He said there were just straight up lies about me.
So let me get this right. We have an advocate that's only here to help spread awareness and help families of children with autism, because she knows how bad those of us with children with profound and severe autism need respite. And we're not the only people that need respite. There's other, other conditions and things that you would need respite for. But she's going to a channel that has knowingly talked about me, for example, and included one of my children that's autistic and actually has a genetic condition, and talked about my child, knowing I live in the area. And seems very advocacy to me to do that, to hang out and to be around somebody and to be friendly with people that do such a thing, while you're going to them, asking them to ask their people to dig into you. Well, I just want to say there's another Julie Skolnick that's not the same Julie Skolnick, and she's a fabulous person when you look her up, by the way, as well. She's an author and has a lot of great things being said about her all over the place as well. But I don't think anybody would put the time into looking her up, because she's irrelevant. She's not a big creator. She's made it very clear that, she's really not here for Sebastian. She's here for herself and attention. I mean, we watched her go into every chat, sharing pictures constantly that were pictures that were already out on Reddit from the beginning. She goes out and, shares her channel nonstop. She brags about not being monetized, but also discussed how she was trying to get a parody show for reality TV. She wanted her own TV show, and she pushes her books all the time. And she, is she not monetized all over TikTok? Like, did she not make a lot of money off of using Sebastian's story? I mean, I don't know. When I looked, it looked like she was monetized on TikTok. So it's very interesting how she's come out and wanted attention from everybody everywhere. And then she shares her stepson. And he's not even in her care. He's in a residential that she says he has to be home at night, like by law. So she's not a full-time caregiver anymore. He's in a residential facility. So it's very interesting the way that she comes out and she goes over to Jay, like they're best friends, and is asking her to have her people do all these things. No. Hershey,
Can you hear me?
I hear something. I hear you.
Yay!
Hi.
I don't know what happens every time. It acts so silly. It doesn't connect my microphone or something. So let's just wing it and see what happens.
Do you want to give a little intro to everybody about what makes you a PhD in commenting on advocacy and how this all is not drama about Sebastian, that some of us out here are actually offended with the fact that she is a advocate. She's not true crime, and it's more than just what's going on for some of us.
Well, I think, when I look at the platform that is available to some of us and how it can best be used and served to advocate for kids. Okay, sorry, the screen dies and then, or the screen, goes dark and then I think I lost you. Okay, sorry, I'm just such a newbie. But when I see that,
Just so you know, if you're on StreamYards on your phone or on a device, you can't leave StreamYards or it'll mute you. But
okay,
if you're on the
so
computer, then you can browse while you're talking.
Did you hear me? Did you hear me when I said my screen went dark?
Birmingham.
Yes, I heard that.
Okay. Because it did, but I didn't know if it, lost my connection. So, yeah, I just think that as a mom and an advocate for my special needs child, that I was excited to see Julie in the beginning, and other women or parents and advocates, guardians of all sorts to use their platform for good and for awareness and for just support.
Oh, you muted.
I know it keeps doing that. I don't understand why. Okay. I'm on my phone. I'm trying to think if there's another way I can do that where that it won't mute me. It just keeps wanting to go off the stream, how when your phone is sleeping, how we'll do that. I'd have to chat or touch the screen a bunch of times. Anyway, I'll figure it out one day. So what was your question?
My display settings, and then you could put them back. Where your display doesn't go to sleep for 15 minutes.
Well, if I move over to a different thing, will it be cuckoo? Let's see.
Yeah, I can't hear you. But if you want to, do you want to do that and then finish your statement, or what do you think? I just don't want it to drive you bonkers.
In a quarter mile, use the right lane to take the US 31 North, US 280 West exit toward Birmingham.
After 1,000 feet, keep right onto US 31
Birmingham. Trishy is trying to change the
Okay.
display.
Use the right lane to take the US 31 North exit.
I don't know if it works.
US 280 West.
All right.
See, it feels like I'm driving with you. I'm going on a road trip.
You are.
Not like I don't talk to you other times when you're on a road trip, but
onto I-20 after 2.6
I think it worked. I'm not sure if it did. I'm not used to fiddling around with that kind of stuff. Your question to me was, what makes me a PhD? I'm not certain that I have a PhD
Continue
at this
on
moment,
US
but I
280
feel as
west for
though
2 miles.
I definitely have some sort of degree that qualifies me to be an advocate for my child per se, and for I like to be able to be in touch with other advocates for their children and get to know what helps them, right? So kind of being in touch with what's going on in the community with related to that's related to the special needs community that you're advocating for. So and you'd never want to assume that everyone is on the same page as you are, right? Because that then can be a roadblock and not feeling supportive, right? So you want to be
Feel alienated.
That's why I think why we be huh?
I said, oh yeah, because it makes you feel alienated.
Yeah, exactly. You got to be on the same page with what's going on in your community, and not every parent feels exactly the same, right? And there's a little nuance. There's a little nuance in each of the communities that, depending on the disability or the unique need, it's important to be aware of the language that's being used or not being used, and be sensitive, right? So that people do feel supported. So yeah, I just noticed we can't and we also need to be understanding too, because not everyone is at the same phase in the journey, right? Because our kids are different ages, or going through different things, and just to be sensitive, I think that's so important. I have a little guy with Down syndrome who also battled leukemia a couple years ago. So, and I have a lot of, a lot of personal experience with him, as well as some other children in my life that, some medical
In a quarter
trauma.
mile, use the second from the right of the I-59 South ramp to
I said, I'm sending you a giant virtual hug.
Oh, oh, thank you.
Keep right onto I-20.
And I think that's one of the reasons why
use the second from the right lane to turn slightly
work
right
together.
onto the I-59 South ramp. Then use the left
Sorry,
lane to take the I-59 South ramp.
Go on, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I think that's another reason why we work together well and support each other, because we have that understanding, and we relate, right? We relate with
use the left lane to take the I-59 South ramp.
I'm so glad that Siri can be with us on this journey.
I muted her 3 times.
Continue on I-59 South for 1.5 miles.
Guidance. Well, I already muted guidance. And not the mod guidance.
So I just think being sensitive and your way isn't always the only way, right? So just being sensitive to how you go about, and you don't want to step on toes. You want people to feel supported. You want people to feel listened to, and not, excluded. So just because you may not know the actual vernacular or the proper research that was recently released, not every single parent or advocate is aware of everything. It doesn't mean they're less than, right? So I think there was some of those things that were happening, from, in certain situations on certain platforms. And that can feel alienating, and definitely not a way of building bridges and uniting people. And So that was a bummer. Um, so anyway, any more questions that I can help you with?
No, I think it's just, I've been trying to explain to people because they're like, well, it's just drama with what she said about Tony and
Use the right 2
Sebastian.
lanes to take exit 124C.
There is something that was said that really upset me because I've heard it from the beginning.
Continue on I-65 north.
All right, we're gonna not hear it because I have 189 miles on this road, so I'm gonna shut it off because then I'll know where I'm going. Jeez. So there was something.
So I'm not familiar with that. I don't know. I mean, I'm
That's what
I'm
I
not
was
sure
gonna
what
say.
that
Do you want me
was.
to play it?
Okay.
I could play
Oh,
a
sure.
clip of it. Because that's what really triggered me a little bit when it came to the nonstop intrusive nature of I am here for Sebastian because this is what I do and this is who I am. But then on top of that, there's other things that, I guess after I play the clip, I can share with you for why I feel that for me, it was more than that. There's a broader
Purpose, maybe.
Purpose, because she's not here as a true crime creator for Sebastian. She was here as an advocate. And there's a lot of things that I felt like she was not advocating for. But this was just shocking because I don't know how you're an advocate. I'm confused with what type of advocacy. If there's a new type of advocacy. Because if this is the new type of advocacy, do not sign me up. Okay? I'm not interested.
Okay.
So, and I don't think you would be either. It should play any second. I hit the little button on the car play. I don't have the live, so I only have the clip because I think they might have pulled it or made it members only or something like that. This is a little clip of it, and then I complain.
But nobody will say it.
Let me know what you think about what good comes of this. Why are they insinuating things like this? These women aren't even local. Why do they act like they know so much? And why are they trying to paint such a grim picture about this young man?
I would match up and say, hey, I know this. What do you know? And it's
So this was Granny's Watching. That's the name of this channel. It doesn't look like they really did true crime until Sebastian's case. And then it doesn't really seem like they're covering the case. It just seems like they're covering people that they don't like. So it's like they talk to one parent and they're going after the other parent kind of thing. It's very odd. But that's the name of this channel that the advocate went to. It's called Granny's Watching. And I will play it now.
Do they act like they know so much? And why are they trying to paint such a grim picture about this young man?
I would match up and say, hey, I know this. What do you know? And it's a lonely place to be.
But talk to me because people have told me a lot of things. A lot of things. That I know a lot of things too.
It's like,
I'm saying myself like
I can't help but laugh at all these people. I know a lot of things. People have told me a lot of things. These women live states and states away. I live here. I go in and out of the grocery stores. I go in and out of the doctors, the therapists. I've talked to neighbors, right? And it's like they know. They don't know anything, in my opinion. They don't know anything. But they're trying to make money, I guess, in my opinion. Sad, very sad.
Reason for sharing this, like how I try to measure things against, like how does it help Sebastian? I really do. When I say,
you know what I've been saying, Julie? I bet you know what I know, that they know, but none of us will say it for the dignity of Sebastian. Tell me I'm wrong. Yep. And that's the missing puzzle piece that the audience is missing, the burden that I've carried on my shoulders for months, going through a frivolous litigation where his father knew better, and it's disgraceful. But nobody will say
it again because this advocate is agreeing with what Granny's Watching is saying. And I think you and I and others that have children with certain needs, we meet others that have children with various needs. We learn a lot about all different needs. And this, I feel, is just very, very wrong. And I don't think people picked up on it.
I'm not sure what she's alluding to.
helps
So she
Sebastian.
said she
I really do.
measures
When I
things on what helps Sebastian, right? I don't know how this would help Sebastian at all and why you would ever bring it up. Nor do I understand this competition for I know. I got to tell you what I know. You tell me what I know. And you don't know anything because you're not here to even know who you're talking to, what they're talking about. You know, it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
No, I'm saying to myself, like, all right, what's the reason for sharing this? Like, how I try to measure things against, like, how does it help Sebastian? I really do. When I say,
You know what I've been saying, Julie? I bet you know what I know, that they know, but none of us will say it for the dignity of Sebastian. Tell me I'm wrong. Yep. And that's the missing puzzle piece that the audience is missing, the burden that I've carried on my shoulders for months, going through a frivolous litigation where his father knew better, and it's disgraceful. But nobody will say it out of respect for Sebastian, but you better believe his father wants us to.
I feel
so
like
they're pretending on the 18th. Again, this is the same thing that I heard way back in the summer, that Seth wants them to come out and say something that would be disgraceful to Sebastian. Do you notice how they inject Seth into that, the father?
I heard that.
How
I
would
mean,
anything that they're insinuating help a missing child? And how dare anyone? Why are they even discussing anything like that with anybody? They're not law enforcement. They're not involved in the case like that. They don't know him. Why would you sit there and then people wonder why Seth and Tony are saying, if you want to support this lady, stay away from us? Because you're not an advocate to Sebastian if you're supporting this. And in my opinion, I 110% agree. If you're going to support an advocate or anyone talking and insinuating things about a child that has disabilities, special needs, or any child at all, I don't think that this is me speaking. I'm not speaking for Trishy or anybody else. I think it's horrific. Like, I think it's unconscionable in our community, so to speak, of caregivers to hurt our children and hurt. I can't. Do you want to talk for a minute? I get way too.
well, you know, they're just insinuating things. I'm not, it's been very short, right? So, like, she hasn't really said exactly what she's talking about, or what have you, but I'm not sure why, if Seth really wanted any information to be exposed or shared, that he couldn't do it. He has his own platform. He could take that. If that was something that was important to helping find Sebastian, then
Well,
that
they're
would,
saying it's
I'm
not.
sure that he would.
They're saying it would help, but that it would, be horrible for Sebastian's dignity. That's why I think it's a bunch of bullcrap.
Then why are they bringing it up?
Well, that's what I mean. That's why I played it. I could play it again because that's what I mean. I think it's going over people's head exactly what words they used. I'll play it one more time real quick.
Yeah.
It's the words
Okay.
they're using. That's what I'm like. Why would any advocate ever?
I think I missed the very beginning because I was fiddling with it. Okay.
Yeah, I know this. What do you know? And it's a lonely place to be.
Talk to me because.
Let me know what you think about what good comes of this. Why are they insinuating things like this? These women aren't even local. Why do they act like they know so much? And why are they trying to paint such a grim picture about this young man?
Trying to like match up and say, hey, I know this. What do you know? And it's a lonely place to be.
Talk to me because.
I'm going to slow it down. Hold on. I'm going to put it to 75. Because I think it's just going really, really fast. And I don't think that's very helpful. One moment. Okay.
Because people have told me a lot of things. A lot of things that I
know a lot of things too.
It's like, I'm saying to myself, like, all right, what's the reason for sharing this? Like, how I try to measure things against like, how does it help Sebastian? I really do. When I see,
You know what I've been saying, Julie? I bet you know what I know, that they know, but none of us will say it for the dignity of Sebastian. Tell me I'm wrong. Yep. And that's the missing puzzle piece that the
For the dignity of Sebastian. And Julie's going, yup.
audience is missing, the burden that I've carried on my shoulders for months, going through a frivolous litigation where his father knew better, and it's disgraceful. But nobody will say it out of respect.
The burden she's carried. She said,
Yeah, I'm not
Carried on my
following that.
shoulders
Like,
for
look,
months, going through a frivolous litigation where his father knew better, and it's disgraceful. But nobody will say it out of respect for Sebastian, but you better believe his father wants us to.
I feel like this is the thing. At this point, I feel like Seth doesn't. I think Seth is full of hot air when he says all he cares about is Sebastian. I no longer believe that. I believe he cares about a lot of things.
Talk about something that should never be discussed. Can you believe the words?
She no longer believes that all he cares about is finding Sebastian. Oh, that's so honorable of you to assume.
How she's right over there with them.
Wow. Very
This was on
interesting.
April 18th.
That's actually heartbreaking to hear. I mean, it's heartbreaking. I mean, to me it sounds like victim shaming. It sounds like victim blaming. Because something that would be disrespectful to Sebastian or hurtful to him. And then demonizing. Yeah, it's heartbreaking to hear. It really is. Oh, I think we might have lost her. Hello? Oh, I think we lost Mom for a moment. Well, that was upsetting. I can talk for a little bit. Just to hear people saying they no longer believe that Seth... Oh, there you are. There you are.
Lost me.
That's okay. I was trying to talk to fill in this dead air. But yeah, I couldn't believe hearing that. I can't believe that someone that can even assume that, oh, I once believed that Seth cared about finding his son, and now I no longer believe that. That's what he wants. How in the world do you come to that conclusion unless you just absolutely have not ever listened to him speak? I mean...
Well, she did also say, I have a clip of it, where she didn't know on the same live, she didn't remember certain things that were said. And she didn't watch the interview, so she was like, send me the timestamp, send me the interviews so I could hear them. Like, oh, you really care that you didn't even listen to the interviews? that Seth did?
Right. Oh, that's exactly. Lisa says, JS went to the, oh no, she said, I feel I no longer believe I know. That's what she said. She goes, I feel, and then she changed it to, I know, I believe that Seth no longer wants to, his only concern is finding Sebastian. I don't know how you can, I don't know how one can listen to Seth speak and come to that conclusion. I don't know. That is, unless she's just faking, unless she's just lying just to stir up controversy, perhaps. Some people do that, I suppose.
I don't know, but sorry, I had to defrost my window so it's loud for a second.
That's okay.
I mean, I don't know who would do that as an advocate. I don't know who would be that selfish.
Well, and let's go back to that term again. An advocate for the child is going to talk like the two of them. Was it the one that starts, that's the granny lady, and then the other person that was talking, Julie, I guess her name is. I'm just kidding. So they're going to point out something that they know, that, do you know that I know that? So it's obviously it's like some secret that they're alluding to, right? And that she's an advocate for a child with, or she claims to be, right, an advocate. So isn't someone that, let's look at the definition of what an advocate is. Let's just, I mean, we all think we know what that is, but let's look up what my little Google machine says. An advocate is someone who fights for the.
And let's put into context that this was only a day or two after the stepfather was out there using the R word, telling
Oh my
people
goodness.
to put metal things in their mouth.
Oh gosh,
saying
yes.
that another creator should choke on chicken. It was horrible of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And now the R word wasn't addressed. That wasn't a concern.
Right. Well, the whole horrifying language and everything that Edgar, as Justin will call him, was using was absolutely horrifying, and he was off the charts, bullying, using all sorts of horrible, explicit language, directing it at a creator that he's never met before. I don't even know that they've had conversations, right? It was just out of control. Okay, so here's a definition for an advocate. An advocate for special needs is a person who supports and represents the rights and interests of individuals, particularly children with disabilities or learning needs. They help ensure these individuals receive appropriate services, accommodations, and support within the school system, legal system, and a broader community. Uh-oh, look, perhaps it also includes keeping dignified conversation about them, perhaps?
Yeah. Well, she explains her advocacy in the clip that I'm going over next. She talks about what she does, how she does it. She literally virtue signal. Well, she says flat out, I'm going to email you all the names, even her stepson's mother's name, so that they could dig into her and her family. I mean, in my opinion, I feel like this woman could be a fixer. This is my opinion. I find it odd. Her content started 2 years ago. From what she's told us, this, her stepson, that's the whole purpose of the channel, is caregiving and advocating for respite from care, because she's a full-time caregiver for a stepchild. So she needs respite and different things. but she's not a full-time caregiver. And it's been only 2 years on TikTok. And now it seems like she's here and she looks like a fixer to me. It's like a distractor. Like, I don't see how this is helping Sebastian to distract, deflect. And apparently now she's trying to press charges on another YouTuber because the other YouTuber said, good luck, everybody's going to dig into you. I hope you can handle it. But that's how it is. You come out here as a public person, they're going to tear you apart. And Julie's like, well, they can't do that. But, well, you'll hear when I play the clip if you want to hear, if you want to be here.
Okay.
Because she could care less that they did it to me. I guess, should I play the recent time that Jay is for Justice made a lie up about my child?
Yeah.
So that people know. Because it's happened a lot. It's just that
Yeah.
I actually don't want to distract from Sebastian.
Well, and I think that because this case was so, it really drew me in because of that aspect about Sebastian, right? I mean, I was over on LawTube watching court cases and legal analysts. I wasn't really following these true crime channels that are smaller, until I saw something about Sebastian and just listening. I think it was the first interview that made me.
Maybe now they're not as hard to find.
Oh, the small. Well, for my and now that the algorithm for me, I see it, but no, I think it drew us in, right? Because for one, I could, when I listened to the interview, the very first one, I think, or one of the first ones with Chris and Katie, it was so interesting because I kept waiting. I was hearing that he was autistic. That was like the title of different news clips and things, right? Or whatever. And so I was looking for an explanation, a detailed, like the mom explaining, like, how does his disability or how does his diagnosis impact him on a daily, right? Impact his function, his awareness. Does he have sensory needs? Does he have different trouble communicating? Is he verbal? Is he nonverbal? All of those things that moms with, or, moms and dads with kids with special needs, we are highly aware. And that would be our first thing that we would go, boom, boom, boom. This is how my kid, this affects my child. I'm really worried because he doesn't, he does, like, what I would say about my child is his awareness to strangers, like, he doesn't know strangers. He doesn't have a fear of others. He's a friend to everyone. So that would make him more vulnerable, right? So that would be something that I would bring up immediately. Or he's unsure about how to get home. That's in a safety plan that we create for our own house, right? But I was waiting for that language, and that never came. And little by little, I started piecing together, and that made me suspicious. So anyway, the case drew me in because of those things and what was missing. And immediately I was like, something is not right with this family. Like, these parents, these Proudfoot people. So,
that's what I was thinking. I mean, that was exactly what I thought at first. And then when I saw the pictures and realized they were younger, and then, I'm like, well, can he communicate his name? Can he?
Yes,
like, my daughter's 6, right? And she can't tell you who she is. And she's an eloper. So, my biggest fear is that it doesn't matter if they have a tracking device on them. It doesn't matter. Like, what good's the tracking device if you don't know, like, it's scary stuff. But does he have one? Did he not have one? Can he tell you who he is? Can he ask you? Like, it's just everything you said.
Yeah. Elopement was also the interesting thing, how they said he's not an eloper. No, he's never done it before. And then you're like, but now you just explained that the explanation was definitively walked out the front door. There wasn't like, I'm not sure where he is. I can't imagine that he would walk out the door because he's never done it before. There was no energy like that. There was no confusion. It was, he walked out that front door. I don't know why, but he walked out the front door. We have no evidence to show that he walked out the front door, but he walked out the front door. Nothing, there was just so many contradictions, you know? So many contradictions.
Still so many, right?
Yeah, there's so many contradictions. But yeah, those are the first things that just caught my mom brain. That was like, this is a problem. This is not adding up. And also being, you know, you can relate with this, being a mom with your children that are high needs or medical, you know, having medical issues, and having been, you know, in that fight or flight, you know, time when you're waiting during surgery, or you're worried about, you know, something medical that's going on, and the anxiety that takes over, and how we use that energy to either communicate, you know, we'll be talking to people, or because it's driving us, right? It's not this real solemn grief like crying, because that's a release. That's not normally what we do when we're tense, when we're worried, when we're concerned. So her, you know, the body language and the lack of, you know, I don't know, it was like you have to drag words out. That was strange, listening to them talk. Like they were waiting to be asked questions. No. That would not be me. Right? If you're sitting there and you're, you know, being interviewed, and wouldn't you be so anxious to like talk about, okay, so he's this age, and okay, he loves cats. Okay, if, you know, I mean, it would be just coming out. I don't see how, right?
Absolutely. I would talk about all kinds of things. I could tell you millions of things. He loves to see her reflection. She likes to wear hats. She likes to look at herself and like twirl around, and like, you know, she likes to jump. She likes to run. She loves pizza. You know.
And then wouldn't you like be freaking out thinking, oh my gosh, she doesn't have shoes. I can't find, okay, I think all of her shoes are there, but what if she's wearing those one shoes that we thought we donated because they were too small, but maybe she's wearing those because she wouldn't go outside without shoes, because she usually, you know, because of that incident, remember? And then there would just be so much ambivalence, and like, you know, I don't know. I none of it didn't ring true for me at all. Like none of the interview energy, language, and then it just gets worse and worse each interview, I feel.
Oh, I agree. Really bad. For me, what I started, like what I thought, right? Like, because at first I thought exactly what you were saying, and then I started to think, okay, well, maybe because there could be somebody, you know, involved, because there's all these, you know, like predator, I can't say the other word, rings and stings going on, and investigations, and so maybe something might have been going on where they have to wait and they can only say certain things because of law enforcement. Especially because of the hands video, but then there was a bunch of people that were pushing a bunch of propaganda that made that seem apparent, like made that valid, but it wasn't valid. It was propaganda, you know.
Oh, like if the cops were like, okay, now you're gonna have this interview, but we don't want you to mention this, and this, because if he's been kidnapped, then blah blah blah.
Yeah,
right?
I thought like they knew that he might be something, and that's why they were acting weird, because there was these odd insinuations that were made. But I was also going off of a bunch of people that were literally intentionally pushing propaganda, like it wasn't accurate, right? Like I didn't know they were content manufacturers and missing kids that at the time. Like, I didn't know that's what they were doing. I didn't know they were doing clicks and views. There was no
Right.
for entertainment purposes or, discussion purposes. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know.
Well, Jenny says, we were completely silent, freaking out, waiting, literally watching the clock when mine had surgery at 6 weeks. She says the tension, it was a little over an hour, but doctor said an hour. So we were like, why is it probably taking so long? Exactly. Like, you're freaking out. You have all of this pent up, yeah, energy. I think the longest one of my kids had surgery, it was like 7 hours or something. Like, wasn't that yours too?
Yeah, it was over 5, the active surgery, but start to finish, I think was about 7. That's why I was like, but it was only supposed to, I don't remember even now, what was that supposed to be? The first one was only supposed to be exploratory, and that went into like 4, right? It's like a blur, because it was just, everything this month is like a blur.
That's because you've been so busy, and it's like one thing after another thing after another thing.
Yeah, because they did the exploratory to see if they could lengthen the tendon again, because they thought maybe it didn't get lengthened right. And then they went in and they found that the main artery was severed to his foot. And the nerve endings. And then 2 days later was the emergency surgery with donor nerve grafts and, the artery. And that was a long time. Yes. So I know the feeling. I feel like I'm still in the fight or flight of it. Like like you can't breathe yet, right? That feeling of like, they're under general anesthesia, they're little, this is,
Yeah. It's constant. And even with, yeah. I mean, I think
look at
parents
me right now, leaving my oldest son in the Army.
I know.
I'm a mess. And I know where he is.
I know.
So it's hard to rationalize. And that's why it's like, once I saw that a lot of people were just completely heartless, in my opinion, with the dad, I personally feel people were trying to set him up, not just online for narratives, but like real life.
I thought so.
Like, let's throw this guy in the slammer. It was heartbreaking to me. I feel really bad. Like, it breaks my heart for him, because you can tell he's missing his son. He does not know where his son is. Like,
oh, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking.
And then to throw him into everything. I don't understand how people can be that way. Like, how can you be this selfish as a mom? I can't understand. That's why I'm like, I don't think she's real. I don't think Julie Skolnick is a real advocate. I think that she is just a character that wants to be, known for whatever. Like, she just buys her way through things, which is why I find it funny that she talks about bankruptcy. Like, where are you getting all your money from, lady?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what that is about. I don't know the bone to pick or what business is it of anyone's, about, is it Tony's financial stuff she was trying to talk about?
Well, yeah, it seems like to me like there's jealousy because they want some sort of an in. Like, it's weird. To me, it's odd. What does it matter what he does? And what does it matter if he makes money in the future? Who cares? That has nothing to do with Sebastian's case. Like, what does that matter?
Yeah,
if it did, if you truly felt like it did, you would have brought it out months ago. You wouldn't sit on it for content. And I'm going to play you the clip. You'll hear it. Where she's like, I'm just going to be effing done with this. I'm dropping it all so I can be done with this case. I'm done with it. She says she doesn't care about Sebastian on the 25th, 26th. She doesn't care when he disappeared. She only cares about being disappeared. And atrocious to listen to what she's saying. And when you think of the fact that like these are real people, like what makes it okay for you to do all these things? At least Tony has been involved before with his co-worker's son, and Seth wanted him. You, who are you? Why are you doing these things? If you are trying to do something in the best interest of people, you wouldn't do it this way. And she did this with Michelle Lee and tried to get me in that. The first time and the only time she reached out to me when I thought that she was real, because I don't think she's real because she couldn't help me. And I never asked for help. And I did. I was like, I could really use help because this is a lot now. I have 3 kids with all different needs. And I moved to an area that like people really had it in for me. And I mean, really, Julie? You couldn't connect me with these advocates and the parent phone lines that you keep fictitiously, in my opinion, saying that you have in Tennessee, where I live, that gets you all the information on Sebastian. You couldn't connect another mom to resources for children. It doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, what
Well,
are you doing?
I remember,
Instead,
I do.
she made up stuff about Michelle from a year ago.
Oh, well, I remember when I saw her like a little video that she did that had your name tagged in it. And so I told you, I said, "Oh my gosh, it looks like Julie Skolnick wants you to contact her or something." Remember? And then you said, "Oh, I've tried to ask her. I think you've emailed her or something." You said you're not hearing back from her. So it was strange to me because it seemed like she was using a video as a way to connect with you, but you had already reached out asking her.
Yeah.
Was that the timing?
The
I mean, am
video
I
was
getting it
completely
wrong?
fake. I had already reached out to her a couple times.
That's what I was
She doesn't have
remembering.
any intention of talking and helping anybody. I think she is fake. I do not think she's a real advocate. And I'm sorry, her story's fake because she doesn't have the stepson full time. And the 21-year-old she keeps talking about doesn't she's even shared that. Like her story doesn't go together. I don't think she's real.
Yeah, I know.
There's no way that there's another parent that knows what I'm going through and then actually knows what I'm going through with the other children, because she was on my other channel where I share my family stuff. I reached out to her there so she could see my family story and see all the stuff throughout the last decade. And you're going to deny me a phone number. There's no way. There's just no way.
Well,
who would ever do that?
Yeah, and that's definitely not advocacy.
Instead, you run over to the channel that has made my life hell because they have a huge audience and they keep putting my child out there and putting us in a situation where he won't even go to school. You know that I've done everything to not address things because I've tried to make sure that all they wanted was distraction. I tried to make sure that we didn't become a distraction, and it's been weaponized ever since the day I went to try to stop it from being a distraction in April. And that's where the advocate goes. The advocate that is saying, Mom and Up's my friend, and I'm trying to get in contact with you. I want to help you. You want to help me? No, you don't. If you wanted to help me, you would tell Jay what she's done is horrible, and you would help me figure things out. You would help me, I don't know, Julie, how about regrouping the money I had to spend on Airbnb so the kids go to Disney World? Oh, no, we can't talk about that. That's too true.
Well, it's hurtful, that's for darn sure.
Because they're all fake.
Well, and you know what? It's one thing if you're just going to be a fakey, but it's another thing to be hurtful as a fakey.
Person, okay? But you don't do it at the expense of other people. Like I already plays this fake little game without including the other person into the fakeness.
Right. You gotta.
It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's coming up in the algorithm. And Betty looks like this horrible person. And I don't know Betty's content that well. All I can say is it shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter what somebody did in other things. It matters now. And well, you gotta listen to understand. But the stuff that she's going at her for, it's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. She's created all of this. She's gonna make tons of moolah.
She's gonna make tons of money.
Yeah. Oh, Julie's gonna. You know how many people are gonna come to Julie because she's lying. She's taking my story, everybody else's story, and making it hers.
Oh my
Begging for
gosh.
sympathy. She went to the cops. Charges against people. She said.
For what?
Talking about. Oh, I'll let you hear it.
Talking about her? Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But I think the most important is to hear a little bit of what she said on the J thing that I downloaded.
Okay.
If you can handle it. Because I know it's stressful.
I know. Well, it's hurtful to people.
Well, I thought it was very hurtful when she was saying that everybody's flat-footed that has Down syndrome, and also telling me that autism, there's no such thing as people that eat too fast and choke and all this and that, when I lost somebody very dear to me to choking at his residential facility not long ago, somebody that I loved more than anything. And he literally only really could enjoy eating and wandering. He was not he was nonverbal, and you know, it crushed me. But you know who was really sweet about that? Primetime Buzz.
Oh yeah, she's great.
She was really sweet, and she even made like a general statement about, like, you know, it's not, everything is different for everybody. You know?
Well, yeah, I do remember the flat foot thing because yeah, I remember her mentioning that she was trying to do her own research kind of thing, I guess. She just sort of like profiling, I guess you would say, like profiling different. And she's like, you know, it's like with Down syndrome, all the people have flat feet and everything. And I'm like, nope. My child has a very high arch, just like me. I mean, wide feet, they do typically have wide feet, but we have to remember though, like we said, it's a, you know, you got to be sensitive. You can't assume that everyone is the same because, you know, diversity in genetic, it's called genetic variation, right? There's even genetic variation within genetic issues. So just because you have a genetic syndrome doesn't mean that you have exactly every single thing the same. So maybe that's just a medical, like she's lacking some medical understanding, and that would be helpful. I think it's just helpful to like not make blanket statements because we're all just unique. We can say typically something, you know, this happens to be, you know, very common among certain populations or whatever. But like you said, stuffing or, you know, that type of issue with eating is a thing. I mean, I know it even among children with Down syndrome, people with Down syndrome. A lot of times the low tone in their mouth and the sensory input, and then they eat too fast, and that can happen.
Yeah.
So you never say never. Like nothing is ever 100%, right? So I think it's just important. We can all learn.
We're not right, I guess. No.
We can all learn from, you know, the mistakes that we hear I mean, I remember it was an inclusion specialist in preschool with my little guy, and the special ed inclusion specialist said, you know, all our, you know, the Downs kids, blah 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 blah. The Downs kids, and she kept saying that, and I'm like, lady, you
Oh
know,
my gosh.
you gotta, let's just stop with that. And I didn't say it, of course, like that. I just said, we want to be careful when you're addressing, a certain population, because not everyone is the same, and not every kid, I don't care what syndrome or disorder or diagnoses they have. They're all unique and blah, blah, blah. But also too, when we let's see, what was the other thing that happened that I noticed? Oh, I think too, like not understanding something, we can have grace for each other too. So I think that's good. Like if somebody makes a mistake, it's good to like address it so that you can help them learn.
Oh, I tried. With Julie, I tried.
But you're
I
irritated
tried.
right now. Like we all have our moments. It's fine, obviously. I mean, you and I share that kind of, because family can be insensitive. We can go through, you know, different environments and different people. But in the end, we don't want to exclude people from our life because they are nerds or whatever. It's helpful to just educate. So, and sensitize everybody, right? It's kind of like just having some empathy. I think that's good. And putting yourselves in other people's shoes.
Yeah.
Thinking like,
Well, I guess that's why I was so perplexed by this, because like the day she called, I pulled over. I had left the hospital. I had gotten my iron infusion, and I
oh
literally
my
pulled over on
gosh.
the side of the road to talk to
Oh
her, and
my
then she was like, "I
gosh.
need this clip," and then I was like, "Okay, I'll help you get the clip," like. And then it's like, no, I'm a victim, this and that. I'm like, are you kidding? Are we serious? Are we serious right now?
Yeah, you were not in the best situation to be having a conversation.
No, I was like delirious. But I was just shocked. This whole thing shocks me only because of what we're saying we are, and how, if we're going to say and do things, we need to think about the real world consequences of certain things. And even if this, like, which I know it's not, but in my opinion, this was strategic, and we're trying to get in, and we're trying to, get information, or I don't know. If any of this was like where Julie's back and everything's great or whatever, it still has harm, because it's harmful when you're pretending to be somebody you're not. And I don't know if I think she's a complete character. I don't think she's real. I haven't found anything about her doing advocacy for people. I can't find the phone numbers. I can't find any of the stuff she talks about. I don't think she is real. But is real. So that has real harm, right? For people that are trusting and looking to you, for support and taking your word for things. And I just think that, like, we have enough against us.
Right.
Don't need to do things like that, because you're hurting people that you should know more than anybody. We are already exhausted.
Well, and like I think that's a really good point, is that when we should be uniting and finding common ground on things and supporting each other, and knowing that you're a special needs parent and she champions herself as that as well, that would be a great, it would be a great opportunity to get to know each other and work together, right? And as a resource and everything else, right? And so it's sad. It's sad when that falls apart, or when someone misleads or misguides or I'm just sorry, because that Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, exactly. The whole level thing was an issue, I do believe. When it was something to the effect that if anyone comes in and comments in the chat related to the different diagnostic criteria or the different in the ASD population, it was something, it was not going to be tolerated if they used the wrong terminology. Remember? Mommin, can you hear me? I'm just reading what Jen. Yeah, so that was and I mean that was difficult because I'm thinking there's a lot of people depending on where you live and who your practitioners are and how, up to date are they. We all know how like general practitioners or pediatricians are not super like versed in the proper terminology in the various disabilities, right? I mean, even the Down syndrome, I mean, you cannot expect that every human being that is involved with children or people with Down syndrome or autism or any special need diagnosis, that they have to know all of the diagnosis, the proper terminology, the vernacular, what's the latest, and because remember when that one term, it's called sensory processing disorder. Remember when that was a huge diagnosis? Like that was being across the board. A lot of people were getting that diagnosis. Now I hardly ever hear that. And I think it's because they're diagnosing everybody with autism instead. Is that what you think? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I remember thinking because people will be like, my child has Down syndrome, but he also has a dual diagnosis of SPD, sensory processing disorder. And I'm like, that was common. And I never see that anymore.
No, they're doing
but anyway,
autism right now. They made the spectrum entirely too broad. And one of the things that I found odd with Julie and Katie, both of them, it's like they don't know autism that well, but they know what they could read up on autism. So it's like Julie's like, in the DSM-5, and I'm like, okay, but in real life, like you're pulling open a book that hardly anybody's even using.
Yeah, they're not even going.
Still has the R word.
Oh, right, exactly.
But it just reminded me of Katie because she I don't know. It just sounded like you read up on what you think.
Well, Katie.
Very odd.
Katie it was sad because when I was hearing Katie talk at different times, because I don't listen to all the other channels, right? We have our special ones we listen to. And I was hearing her, kind of, utilize some of that terminology. And I'm like, oh, wow, she's read some stuff, And that shocked me because of how it was contradictory, right? So I'm thinking she's aware of these things. She used the right terminology, and I don't know what it was she was discussing. It was like he has difficult regulating his emotions or his, and then she was just talking where she knew that he had certain difficulties and she had the proper way to explain them. And I was like, wow, that sounds promising. However, how does a mom that understands that allow a man that is her husband to then ignore all of that and act like it's a misbehavior, and then punish him and treat him, in, abusive manner, right? Knowing that he has all these needs and he's highly sensitive, that was shocking and stunning, and I couldn't even, what is that? How do you sit behind someone talking about your own son that he likes to pee, urinate, and defecate in his pants, knowing that he has all these cards stacked against him that could lead to incontinence in all of those areas, right?
Or he could have a bladder infection. He could have a blockage. He could have something.
We all know
abuse-wise,
exactly.
parasites, all kinds of things.
Yeah. How can a mother? I mean, even if she, because at first you could say, well, she's. Yeah. I mean, how could you? This is the question. Okay, giving her the benefit of the doubt at first, I'm thinking, well, maybe she's unaware and she just lets the man, the husband, rule the roost, right? And that you think if you are that uneducated regarding your child's diagnosis and difficulties and everything, then maybe you might agree with the guy and let him, handle a situation. But if you know, by golly, that your child is highly sensitive and has all these various issues, and yet you allow that man to speak about your child, your sweet, innocent child like that, and blame his behavior on that was so upsetting.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, and Castle, you're exactly right. It's a sign of that, of SA, exactly. And also they knew that had happened, right? So you would definitely not assume that it's just he liked to do it. You would, and you definitely wouldn't.
You would go to the pediatrician and get a referral to a urologist and stuff.
You wouldn't say he liked to do it. And she meant
an endocrinologist, and he could have something happening, and he had the chromosomal deletion.
Yeah, but that would have already been explored. I mean, that would have already been investigated, right? Like, you wouldn't have not.
Because certain things, Crohn's and different things that can happen because it's so unique, right? It could have, I don't know. I just feel like for me, because I know how it is with his deletion, with his, mutation, and then the issues from that. Like, that's my first thing, is to rule all the medical stuff out.
Yeah. Well, you would. And if it was something, okay, if you had a structural difference in that area, like smaller urethra, smaller bladder, kidney, what is it called? Pylon?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember what it's called, but
the other, like the colon and stuff like that, is usually a big.
Yeah, you could have an enlarged colon. It could be. Yes, we know all about that. But you wouldn't ever let your husband say that he liked to pee in his pants.
Never.
Never. No kid likes to do it. Even when you're potty training and they are learning how to do it.
The baby tries to take his diaper off.
Yeah, they don't like to do it.
Yeah.
So that was just humiliating and disgusting. And
that's what triggered me with Julie and Granny. Why are they always doing this to him? Why would you do this to him? He was a handsome young teenager that looked like he had no problem getting up and taking care of himself and eating and being patient. I mean, what in the heck?
Oh, good night, Lisa. What was the other one?
Good night, Lisa. And then it didn't surprise me, because look at how they hid the gaming. If my child's missing, I'm not gonna hide that they could go on the internet.
And the other thing too, the other thing that I think is goes along with the deception detective, or the statement in analyst people that talk about that. The definitive nature in which you would say anything, right, related, like, my son never looked on the internet. He could never get on it. It was locked down in this house. Okay. Why would you be so quick? I mean, you might say, well, I didn't think he could. I don't think he can. We try to keep it pretty locked down. I mean, you know, I don't see that. Huh?
You could have had a hotspot. They're only
Right.
what, $20 and then $10 a month or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could have turned the hotspot on from the cell phone and given himself internet any day of the week.
Oh, this is the point I wanted to. Jenny Machete just said, so it wasn't physical, it was regression. So because it was periodic, right? It was periodically. He wasn't doing it at his dad's house. He wasn't doing it, but he was having more accidents or whatever. That's what I was saying too. I was thinking it was and she mentioned regression. Katie did.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
That's what I was saying. I feel like that it's like you're reading up on autism.
Oh, that's true.
Because he was just diagnosed. And he was already in all the different therapies and things that you would be given anyway.
Yeah.
Right? Because people forget that they're not inclusive to just autism. Autism is still a blanket diagnosis, whether people like me to say that or not. I don't know why that gets people so, in a tizzy. But there is no treatment for autism. It's all different things depending on your child, just like with anything. So ABA therapy is available for many reasons, not just autism. OT is, right? Like a lot of different things.
Yep. Let's see. It says later because Chris said that Sebastian was on YouTube. Oh, right. Castle mentioned it. Later, Chris said that Sebastian was on YouTube, so he took it away. Off and on. So yeah, we had heard that he was looking at.
Told us that a couple weeks ago.
And he mentioned there were two things: Googling bullying. Then the other thing was that I remember. The other thing was Taylor Swift, right? So, and we know he had access at school, right? Because every kid has that. They actually make it part of the curriculum requirements. You have to have access to be able to utilize. I mean, at least in California where I am.
I think it depends on what kind of class. Because, like, my son, no, because it's a special class. So that's not how they were learning. They need hands-on life skills and.
I think and
I'm in Tennessee, but in New York, they did have the devices because he was in the same class for 2 years, and then in the middle school, and then they ended up where they just leave the devices at the school because it was too much on them to bring it back and forth, so they didn't do homework, so there was no reason for them to have things to take home. They did stuff in school, they didn't bring it home. So we work on certain things at home, but it was never anything that needed it. So then, like, the reason I'm saying it is because I know in the handbooks and all of that, even where I lived in New York as well as in Tennessee, they make it as if every single student has one, but that's not true because it depends solely on the type of circumstances within, the class setup. Because, like, his class had 7 kids in it. But I don't know anything about Sebastian because everybody's telling a different story. So I don't know if he was in that one class like I was under the assumption he was. With where he had a 1-on-1 aid, but then it became like a 3-on-1 aid because the class size was, he didn't need a 1-on-1 per se. And he was in a smaller, 8 to 10 child class. I don't know. Because nobody gives us straight answers about anything. No offense to, anybody. but it seemed very hard to get like a direct,
answer. Yes.
I don't know why.
Let's see.
I know
Castle.
Seth explained that it was the right, what the name of the program was and stuff. So he did try to explain.
Castle did say that once we did our investigation, 90% of the time it involved a child being SA'd. They're referring to school, like CP and CPS, being involved with CPS and doing investigations into kids that have accidents and things that like teachers will report, being mandated reporters. That's so sad. So horrible.
Yeah. It really is.
Yeah, I have family at the DOJ and they talk about how the CPS is so overworked and they don't have a lot of oversight. So there's a lot that fall through the cracks. And DOJ has to hold them accountable, And
Well, I told you, I think the craziest thing I ever heard when I was in New York is they had somebody I know they were going back and forth over transportation, educational neglect. Even though they lived in a school district where the taxes provided busing, and the child had an IEP that had door-to-door transportation on the IEP, they were trying to charge them with transportation on the
Oh my goodness.
and kept explaining that this wasn't New York City, right? There was transportation and it's in an IEP and all these different things. And they just kept saying, well, it still doesn't matter because you have to get your child to school no matter what. No. One, if it's in your taxes for transportation for school taxes, it's in your taxes for transportation. That's the way so it was it's very true that a lot of times there isn't any oversight because that should never have gone anywhere at all. Like not even a little,
It's definitely lack of oversight on both sides, right?
Yeah.
Because then there are kids that fall through the cracks, and then there are parents that get falsely targeted because of the lack of what do you call it? Because there's no real investigation into the appropriateness of whatever the rule is or so they don't look into it. Like if that family that you're talking about, that's a specific situation. And if you don't look at the specifics of the situation and you're just going by, missing school or whatever the busing and all of that, it's like a red flag thing and then they follow it. Oh gosh. But they need to do further investigation. See this, yeah, it's really.
Yeah, they just don't have time most of the time, it seems.
And then I didn't know this but I also learned something else about like those CPS cases. They don't cross over into other states. So if you have a case open in one state and you move to another state, it doesn't follow you. So I mean, I guess that if
it's supposed to, but nobody can really check. So yeah.
So like they could go look probably, but it doesn't just.
You'd have to inquire.
Yeah,
if
exactly.
If an open case, then I know it has to go. They're supposed to not just you can't just move and the case go away.
No, they do. That's what they do. Yeah, that's what, yeah, my family member was telling me about it, how they get away with, you know, and same with, um, what are they called? RSO stuff. Yeah. And she was just telling me there's lots of loopholes and it's a bad, bad thing. They have to fix it. But yeah.
Wonder why it's taken so long to get fixed.
Well, it's because of legislation. And actually, that's something that would be cool to be a part of.
Yeah.
I'll get a job with DOJ when I can get a better situation going.
Yeah. That would be great. You'd love
Hmm.
that.
I would like to make a difference, and a positive difference, right?
Oh yeah. That's why I'm always brainstorming. Like, okay, when the baby is in kindergarten, what can I do with my life differently? Like, you know,
Is it all day kindergarten?
well, I'm not sure with Haley what it's gonna be, but the
Oh,
baby
yeah, they could.
just
Hmm.
turned 2, but I know he'll be doing, you know, like preschool, and so in a couple of years, God willing, there won't be as much running back and forth for doctors and therapies.
Hmm. Yeah, because school will have the therapies, right?
Yeah.
And then yeah, there can be. Oh, and then you could have early start for like baby style. That could be easier than having to drive all around town. I know I'll be glad when this slew of, I mean, so grateful.
It's
Okay,
exhausting.
it's exhausting, but I mean, it's
Sorry, I
great,
just
but
went off on her.
this is what Castle says. I'm not going to say how, but offenders get by with CPS. But yes, Trishy, there are lots of loopholes, and offenders know and get out of CPS case. Yep, that's what I was being told. It's scary. I know. I was looking at, we have the Megan's Law thing, you know. I mean, is that a national database? Megan's Law?
I think so.
Because I can just
I'd
put
have
in
to
my
look it
zip
up.
code or my address, and then it pulls up all the registered sex offenders near me. And I was very afraid.
Oh yeah. It's shocking that there's
Mm-hmm.
that many.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's called Megan's Law, the website. Megan's Law. Have you guys heard? Jenny was asking.
There used to be one that was like Watchdog or something.
Let me look. I can look on my other. Yeah, Megan's Law. I think it's meganslaw.com, I think. But yeah, it pulls up all of the neighbors around, you know, in a 5 mile radius, and then you can get, you know, you can zoom out and get all the other ones. But I was shocked to see how many people were registered near me, and I would run near, and
Yeah.
I was on my runs, and I realized that every day I would run past this man's house.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and he would sit on his front porch too, and I would wave, pushing my kids in the stroller. Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
I
Oh
know.
God.
I stopped going that way.
Did you? I was gonna say. What did you do?
Well, I just stopped going that direction. I started going a different way, but it's pretty like main. It's not. It's pretty exposed. You know what I mean? So it's a very well traveled area. So I wasn't super scared, but I mean, you know, within reason.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, meganslaw.com. It's called. It's Megan's Law National Sex Offender Database. And it's named after a 7-year-old Megan Kanka, a New Jersey girl who was arred and killed by a known registered sex offender who had moved across the street from the family without their knowledge. In the wake of the tragedy, the family sought to have local communities warned about sex offenders in the area, and all states now have a form of Megan's Law.
Oh my goodness.
So they do have to register. It says, while the contents of state sex offender registries are public records and you have the right to see them, access is often difficult. You must know the name of the individual you are looking for, and you must go to in many states, you must go to your local police station and complete an information request form. That's interesting. But on this one, I can search and it pulls up their whole thing. It pulls up like their
Well, I thought
name.
that was the whole point, was to know where they live. Like,
Yeah.
what sense does that make if you have to go to the police station to do it?
Well, this is saying some states do it. Some states require you to do it. It says,
That's odd, isn't it?
it says the solution, Kids Live Safe, is an innovative organization focused on protecting kids from predators. I don't know what I can say. Since 2009, Kids Live Safe has provided families with an extremely powerful suite of top-rated web-based protection tools to help you and your family be aware, be alert, and be safe.
Huh.
It says it's not affiliated with any government-run. Wait, hold on. Meganslaw.com is not associated in any way with the government-run Megan's Law website. Oh. I don't know. Then what? Meganslaw.com isn't? Then how weird. It says Meganslaw.com. Okay, what? Anyway, if you put in your zip code, you can.
How do you get by your house?
Well, you put in your. Oh, because it goes to Kids Live Safe, and then it's pulling up all of the. There are top offenses near me. It says. Oh, that's lovely. It's so lovely.
Oh no, what'd you find?
Well, it made me verify that I'm over 18. There's an offender 0.12 miles from me.
Oh, fun.
And it says this offender is 0.12 miles from me. This offender is 0.17.
It's pretty close.
Yeah. And then it actually gives you an interactive map, and then an address search and a city and convictions and photos of the guy, of the people. Wow. Mugshots. Oh my gracious. Yeah, I haven't looked at this for a long time.
Now you have me wanting to look. I'm like, I don't know if I need a new fear or an added phobia, but I do need to look again. I haven't looked in a while.
I know, I looked years and years ago the first time. I mean, the main goal is to keep your family safe, right? So being aware is really important.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh. What? That's not what I want to do.
So tomorrow night, I think it's the America's Most Wanted, and I have a feeling people are going to be disappointed. That's my gut feeling.
Well, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I just think the FBI needs to take the lead. It seems like the most logical.
I don't know why not.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Amber Alerts originated in Dallas, Texas. Oh, yeah.
I mean, Sebastian's dad, Seth, he made that petition for the FBI.
I know.
You know,
I
what,
would.
like June, July? Like, it was a while ago, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. I wish that they would do. I wish somebody would listen to him. And because, a lot of cases they do fall through the cracks. I was watching the Golden State Killer one. It's called I'll Be Gone in the Dark, and it's on HBO, and it's about that 40, or gosh, how many years was it? 25 plus or 18. Yeah, like 40 years.
Oh,
This
wow.
guy eluded the cops and arrest, and he even was a cop for a short stint, I think for like a couple of years. But he was responsible. Eventually they caught him. But it took like an investigative journalist she was writing a book. She decided to write a book on that case. She started investigating. It's a cold case. She got a hold of all the files, and she wrote this book. And in the meantime, she got connected with this detective named Paul Holes. Oh, he's a cutie as well. He's easy on the eyes. So, and he has a nice soothing voice to listen to. He was my crush. I was like, oh, I love Paul Holes. Because years ago, I was watching, I don't know, I watched I watched a couple different documentaries on it. But the gal's name that wrote the book is Michelle McNamara, and she died before his arrest. And she died like of a situation with, like, I think she over medicated herself, like accidentally, because she was,
wow.
yeah, she was she was a mom. She just had like a 4-year-old little kiddo. She was married to that comedian. I forgot what his name is, but anyway, the documentary is very well done, and it's like 4 episodes, really long and detailed. But basically, like back then, the different departments, like the police, because he perused and tormented all these different areas of California, starting in like 1976, I think, and he had a lot of victims, and then he would move to other areas, and they just didn't communicate. Like if one jurisdiction was in charge or one department, then he would move out of their area. And even if the cases seemed, because he definitely had a profile, he definitely had an MO, they knew it. And then when another detective or something would see something in the news or hear people talking about some activity, some attack that happened in another area, they would reach out and they'd be like, nope, we got this. So it was like pride and everything, but they did not. And then there was no 911 back then either. So that was another thing.
Oh, yeah.
And then also the way they handled Grape, they did not handle it like they it's I'm laughing. It's not laughable at all, but it's like one of those things that's so ridiculous and horrifying that you're like so dismayed that they treated it
Yeah.
so poorly, and the victims were not they were not treated with, you know, as much dignity and care and concern, you know? So that was really sad, but reality, it's like a shocker for me to hear, you know? But they had this one woman, her name was Carol Daly. She was a detective who handled a lot of those attacks and the victims. And she came up with different protocol and things. And she was a female. So, you know, in most of in this time frame, and these attacks were women. So they were just more sensitized, you know. She was trying to be sensitive. But anyway, so you can't imagine. He would, even after attacking these people and keeping them tied up, he would go and eat in their kitchen. He would eat their food. Yeah. It was horrible. And he would stalk the area, and, you know, so he knew their patterns, and it was a safe, you know, they were generally safe areas, like upper middle class, upper middle class areas where people weren't locking doors, they didn't have security systems. And that changed everything. Everybody started getting, you know, alarm systems and whatever was available. And they would have big, like, community or what is it called? Town hall meetings where they would talk about, you know, ways to keep your family safe and firearms, and people were going to target practice, and women were learning how to, you know, protect themselves, self-defense classes.
Yeah.
But he tormented that
This
area.
is the weird thing, right? So we had 36 people on the one thing, and then we had 24 people on YouTube, between 24 and 30 on YouTube. As soon as we stopped talking about Sebastian stuff or the drama stuff, look at how many people are here. Isn't that odd?
And it's getting late too.
What?
Right. And it's getting late as well.
Oh no, usually if you go back and look at my live streams, I used to have more people late. It was crazy.
Oh.
Yeah, like usually it was between 1 to 200 people, which was not bad for my little self.
Well, Castle is right that Sumner County needs to give it to the FBI.
I agree. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen. That's what even Coffindaffer says. Like, she doesn't think it's going to happen.
Well, can't the DA be instrumental in that? And like, it seems like, man, it's like, can't somebody?
I don't get it.
Yeah, they need to. I don't understand.
I mean, I really don't get it. That's why I'm like, unless there's a bunch of stuff that law enforcement has that we don't know about.
I also know that, like, looking at some of this other stuff, these cases, because I watch a lot of court stuff, and it just seems that they're able to convict these people with so little actual direct evidence. Even the cases, even like with Lori Vallow, the latest one, the latest case that she was tried for was her ex or her husband, okay? They were trying her for conspiracy to commit murder. And there is nothing, I mean, I'm not saying she didn't conspire because I believe she did. I believe she's totally guilty. I'm just saying what they actually had could have been interpreted, like she never directly said in any of the text messages, we must kill my ex-husband. I mean, my husband, you know, to her brother, because her brother was the one that actually shot him and claimed self-defense. And the Arizona, I think it's the Gilbert or the, can't remember the town. They at first claimed it was or, you know, took his word for it. They didn't investigate. They just said, oh, it was self-defense. And then 2 years later, or more, they started filing, you know, building a case against her because they found out about her other crimes. Someone else was like, I think it was the sister to the husband said, hey, you guys need to look into this lady. We think she was the one that actually conspired to kill him. It wasn't self-defense. And then they did. And, you know, like I said, it's not that I think she didn't do it, but that's not how you convict someone, right? Like we could think something all we want, but you need to have all the evidence, you know? So, I mean, I don't understand what's holding these people back.
In my opinion, there has to be. Because everybody just does this. Do you think that's the case, that it's a Tennessee?
You're kind of breaking up a little bit.
Oh no, I lost you.
No, I'm here. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? I'm here.
I was saying, do you think it's a Tennessee thing?
Well, it could be. I mean, it could be the DA, right?
Yeah.
Holding it up.
Supposedly, the DA was close with some people.
They need to put pressure on the DA. Like, isn't that an elected position?
I think. I think so. I don't remember off the top of my head. But I think DAs are elected. Pretty much anywhere, I think, too. Not just here in Tennessee.
Yeah, I had to be quiet for just a second because I'm walking into Holt's bedroom. Oh. Okay, I'm here. Okay, so
Everybody my elevator music.
What
happened?
An iPad now has access to your FaceTime.
Oh yeah.
Where
well, you know the little bugger that knows how to FaceTime now.
I know. How did it get my FaceTime? It says this iPad. Oh, maybe. I don't understand it. I'll have to work on that later. I'll have to work on disallowing that later.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think DAs are elected, and so it feels like there should be pressure on the DA to, you know, do their due diligence or do their jobs.
You would think they have an incentive to.
I mean, the other thing I thought was cool that even though that well, remember I talked about that with you before about the civil case, but we don't want to get into that maybe.
With what?
The civil
Refresh my memory.
Oh,
Again.
well, you remember I think it was the DD guy, deception detective, and he was actually talking about another case, like Madeline McCann, I think, but he was discussing how he believed that the parents were involved, right? But there was no criminal charges being brought, right? And there was such a heavy campaign, online campaign with trolls and everything, and like to sway the public against believing that it was the parents. And he was acknowledging this was a thing. Like he's like, this is so obvious to him. And so he's like, being an attorney, he said, I would recommend, drawing up a civil suit against the parents. And that way during discovery, you could get all the access to all the online and anything that could trace back to the parents, because that's what he was talking about with the trolls and everything. And then but he was just saying that, like, when you do something civilly like that, you could hold the parents accountable for something, some kind of crime, some kind of
Yeah.
like in this case, in Sebastian's case, I would, if I was super frustrated with the way that it was going with the law enforcement and not finding where my kid was, and I knew that he was with the Proudfoots for that time that he went missing, and I felt that they were responsible for whatever that meant, right? Whether it was they were not keeping an eye on him, they were not being responsible, right? If that's what you want to get him for, like, neglect or abuse, or say it was negligence, right? Criminal negligence or something, because they were not protecting him, right, under their care. So you could, and I'm no attorney, obviously, but the burden of proof, or the standard is lower, right? So you don't have to meet the same burden when you're trying to get evidence. In other words, you don't have to have a probable cause, like, warrant for, to search something. You would ask for, you would just subpoena records. You just say, we need the phone records. So you'd send a subpoena to the parties involved. And I think phone records would be really cool, and like all emails and all correspondence, and you could pick, who they were with and everything, right? And they could do their own geofencing, and they could do their own that I think, I mean, but then all of that stuff would go to Seth. All that information would go to him directly, right? And his attorney. So he wouldn't have to wait. And if you do that, it does open the door. It can open the door to a criminal charges too. I don't know. I'll find a case where it happened.
Sorry, I was drinking. Yeah, I think, well, I always think two things with that, right? I think, one, unfortunately, I think we forget sometimes that the CPS reports were not indicated, right? They were unfounded. They weren't indicated.
Well, they were reported. I heard Justin today. I thought it was Justin say that. I thought he said that there were, or someone mentioned it. 3 were not cases. There were 5 reports, and then 3 or 2 were actual cases. So in other words, someone can report something, and then they don't need to open a case, right? Because they just do a house visit or an interview, and then they close it. The report doesn't go anywhere, right? But
that doesn't exist. It's a mandatory 90 days. That it must remain open for 90 days.
Well, sure, that can happen, but I'm just saying how there were still maybe they weren't open anymore, but they were investigated, right? And there was, so they can close it, right? The action that I don't know. It's semantics, in my opinion. So to me, the fact that there were any house calls, any, and 5 of them, that's a lot.
Or 5 calls.
Or 5 cases, 5 reports, we'll say. Which had to be all investigated, right? They had to do some level of inquiry.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, I was just thinking that from a legal standpoint, if they weren't indicated, and, they had talked about, the incontinence thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
If that could be it, and there's
I lost you there. I couldn't hear what you said.
I just find it hard to believe that they would not lead Seth in the right direction. I feel like there's so many people that he's gone to, and he has, lawyer-wise, that there could be a strategy, there could be something, right? Is there a certain time frame before you can do civil?
I don't think so. I mean, you could do it whenever you want, right? You can sue anyone. Look what they did. They used at night, or whatever the attorney function, and they were able to do that, right? They were able to draw up a civil litigation, or whatever it was, an injunction, and then they utilized those legal services. And I think that a better use of legal services perhaps now might be to, do that. Civil file a civil lawsuit for neglect or, you know, child endangerment.
Yeah.
Even the discovery process and all of the depositions that have to be done, you know, they swear, you get sworn in, you do that, the attorney gets to ask you whatever, and it's recorded. It's pretty good stuff. I follow an attorney that sues CPS and counties for, you know, parents and that are in the, you know, like the Maya case. And I've watched all of his depositions, and he gets them because of like low compliance with training and proper following of procedures and policies, and how horrible, you know, like there, I don't know. It just seems like it would be a really good idea to do that.
Comment on it now, because I feel like there would definitely be, you know, they have lesbian act, they have they have any, you know, like,
I know, I don't understand why they did what they did. I mean, I do understand that it could be useful if they believe that it could lead to Sebastian.
yeah.
Because I don't think it's as useful if it doesn't lead to Sebastian or any evidence that could help us get closer. I mean, maybe if there were, I mean, I don't know.
Well, trying to think, like, I don't know. I have to look into it more, because I don't know, like, if something's an active investigation, if that makes a difference. Because I kind of feel like when I lost, you know, my loved one to an M&S, she was dating this cop very short period of time. He went, you know, wacko, tobacco, like wacky McWaxter. And sorry, can you tell I'm multitasking?
I can tell you're typing with those fingernails are so pretty. They're very
Thank
pretty.
you. I did my nails finally. But yeah, she was dating this cop, and he was like really weird. And then she broke up with him and started dating a different one, and that ended up horrible because he took her life and then took his
Oh
own
my
life.
gosh.
And we found out. Oh no! I dropped my. Yeah. Dropped my chapstick. And we found out about it on the news. Let me tell you, on the radio, and it was really bad for my son that went off to the army, and he was supposed to be with her the day it happened.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was really crazy, and it was a whole thing because they were going to be going. He was getting an award, you know, in his football team thing, his little.
Yeah.
He was in one of those football team things, like, you know, like very competitive, and like I'm like the least competitive person in the world, but you know, he stuck out and he did it, and he was all proud of himself. And so Grandma was gonna come, and they had this whole thing planned, but then she didn't feel so good, so we decided that he would go home with her.
Oh, I lost you. Oh, I can kind of hear you.
And with that, back yet?
Yeah, I can hear you now. It was just kind of choppy for a second.
Oh, okay. Um, but anyway, so he was going to go with her afterwards, and we just switched it up a little bit. And then he didn't obviously get to do that. And we heard on the news, on the radio, on the way home, her full name, because she was, known. She worked in the government setting. And, the guy was a cop, like a pretty, he was high up for a little bit of his time. So that was, how it is. And that's why I feel the way I feel about true crime and covering cases, because I know what it's like on a family level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they were literally chasing me around to and from his preschool trying to get our interview. Like, I went to the diner to get him an ice cream sundae to make him feel better, and I come out and there's 2 different news stations. Like, it was ridiculous.
Oh my gosh.
Because, everybody goes to the public fake, I call them Facebook pages, and so they could see that, like, he was a big part of her life.
Oh, that's so horrible.
But the reason I brought that up is because I thought we had to have something was completed before they did the civil suit. Because they did a civil suit, for his estate.
Well, I think that because there's no defendant, there's no charges even, right? So
Yeah.
that's different
Coward's way out, as
in
they called
this
it at the time.
case.
That's what they called it at the time because of the circumstances.
They called him what?
They said he took the coward's way out because of the circumstances.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm not saying that everybody that takes their, whatever is a coward or anything, not at all. It was just the circumstances that surrounded that. But he had, obviously in a very bad place mentally.
Right.
It was just scary.
It's horrible.
He thought my son was going to be there. He didn't know he wasn't. Because that's why she said they couldn't do anything. Like, she couldn't meet and talk.
Oh my goodness. Oh my, that's a tender mercy right there. Right? Oh my goodness. It's so horrible.
It was really bad. Even one of the little neighbors was, it really impacted the little kids that lived down the road too. Because
Everyone, it's traumatizing. I remember when I was a little kiddo, like I was like in, I don't know, 4th grade or something. And one of our classmates, he accidentally got a hold of a gun and shot himself and survived. He shot himself through his jaw. And I remember he was back at school, like, I don't know how long. It took a long, long time. But I'll never forget, that was the most and it's still just driving in that neighborhood, like, years later, knowing that he lived in that house. It was just like so, and nobody passed away. Everybody survived, and it was an accident. But to me, it was super traumatizing because I was little,
Oh, yeah. But yeah, like, I agree. I don't know enough. But I guess for me, I feel like he has so many people that are, like, I would think are advising him. So I just feel like there's got to be a plan of some sort.
Yeah, I hope.
Is there usually a time frame on that stuff?
It doesn't say. I don't think so. Because it's an open case. There's nothing going on yet. There's no charges filed. Nothing has happened on the criminal front. Right? So let's see. This says you can pursue a civil lawsuit while in an active criminal investigation. The criminal case might take precedence due to the defendant's Fifth Amendment rights, potentially leading to a stay of civil case until the criminal matter is resolved. However, many aspects of the civil case can still proceed, and the criminal case can be used to resolve certain issues that might otherwise require relitigation in the civil action. So, but there's no defendant, so it doesn't really, that doesn't apply. There's no Fifth Amendment that applies. So that's good, because that just, that's the goal. Like, I think in that, from what I gather, it's in order to use like the discovery process, which is all the like, you know, all the evidence gathering, all of the depositions, the testimony of certain witnesses and people, and depositions are so much more like, I mean, they can have objections and stuff, like, but they have a lower, they're not highly scrutinized, I guess. I'm not sure. They have to follow certain procedures, of course, but you can get a lot of info, is all I'm saying.
Oh, wow. So I wonder, but if the mom and stepdad did it, they would have to give all the info too. So that's how they can do it, right?
What was that?
I said that's why the mom and stepdad wouldn't do it, right? Because they would have to give a lot of info as well.
Well, they're not going to sue him. They don't have, they can't. I mean, they don't have any reason to. He wasn't even around. So they're the ones that were the responsible party.
Well, yeah, but the stepdad was just out with that tall tale again of him leaving work a couple hours. So I'm just saying, like, if these people truly believe all this nonsense, then why wouldn't they do it either, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's very true. Yeah. The whole demeanor and everything is weird. IMO. The PFs. The Proudfoots.
Stop at the gas station, stretch my legs, my leg is cramping. I don't like 40, I like 30, or even 20. I used to be able to do this like nothing. Now I'm like stopping, like, okay, it's only been like 2 hours, gotta stop, gotta stretch those legs. Next thing you know, I'm gonna be like, time to pee, where's my Depends? Not gonna be able to go for a long car ride like I used to drive all over.
You have done a lot of driving, darling.
That is true. I said I literally am getting a leg cramp and have to get out and stretch. Where is the gas station?
Oh, Cassie says, I just saw today what CP put on his Facebook page on April 28th. A song about spanking kids. Oh, gosh.
Oh, yeah, it was disgusting. He's mocking. That's why I was trying to play Julie, because I don't like the way that she's come into this. She seems just like them. Like I don't feel like she's real. I think she's like hired. It's the weirdest thing. It is so bizarre.
That's so weird.
It is weird. It is really weird. But I know that there's different personalities and different mental health, you know, so I don't know. You know, sometimes if it's mental health related or
Oh, that's so sad.
What is?
Oh, just that you would mock about spanking kids, especially considering what's happening. Hello. The whole thing. I mean, how tacky and horrible. That's definitely conduct unbecoming at the very least. Huh?
I said, why would you even think to do it? That's what I would like to understand.
Because you don't have good character. It is like CP is mocking. Yeah, exactly. That's right, Cassie. It is. It's very sad. And all I can think of is poor Sebastian. Poor Sebastian. You know, all these different cases that I've followed, like, not really maybe like at this point in the game, but like once they've been found, or, and heaven forbid, we know that a tragedy, you know, was at the end of it. I can't watch them. I can't watch videos that show them living their happiest life and their cute little pictures. I have to stick to like the evidence and the case and trying to figure it out and listening to the testimonies. Because if I do that, it's too hard, emotional for me. It's very, very, very sad. So I have to compartmentalize and just think about like, you know, who's telling the truth and who do I believe and what evidence is there and all of that stuff, because it's just too heartbreaking to think of the reality that there really exists people that would mock anything about this child's abuse. And I'll say that from the verbal abuse, the verbal behavior to the physical, it's just horrible. It's just so sad and heartbreaking.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, he stands up there or sits up there on panels just with such pompous arrogance about the way he treated a boy who has not been found and has been missing, that he was supposed to love and care for. How does that's incongruent with typical human behavior from loving parents or loving step-parents. It's just out of the norm. It's atypical completely.
Yeah, it is heartbreaking.
No,
I was just saying it's so heartbreaking. Like
It's heartbreaking.
I'm in full agreement with what you're saying. Like I would never. I don't know.
Let me see something.
Like I just don't understand it, and in a lot of ways I don't want to.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like what is it called? Social personalities? I don't know.
I don't know.
Sociopathic? What is it? When you're not.
Well, sociopath, I guess, isn't used anymore, but I still use it.
Oh, sociopathic isn't used anymore?
Nope, it's no longer in the DSM-5.
Well, they really weirded out the DSM-5 for sure.
Hang on, I'll look. What do they call it now? Is it psychopath? Okay. What do they call it now? If there's no.
I don't know.
Oh.
I thought those were two different things.
Hold on, let me see. I know, Cassie. It's so heartbreaking. It really is. I'll play it if I could get it, because I have to take a rest. I'm just sitting here for a few because I'm like, eh.
I know. How many hours of driving have you done in the last 2 weeks?
Oh God. Well, especially even before, like the whole month, because with the baby.
Oh my gosh.
For the surgeries, and then that's why, like, I'm so jaded about the situation with all this, with the characters that I call them, because I don't want to think the real people can behave this way.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say characters, I'm not talking about, I'm not talking about the Klingon, grifting people that come in and whatever it is. Not, not the parents, not Sebastian.
The randos.
Mm-hmm. The advocates. Because I'm like, the crap that I have to go through now because I just didn't move to where I had planned to move. Because I didn't know what was real and what was fake. It's just not even. It's long suffering, all right. I'll tell you that.
I know. You were just had to deal with way too much unnecessarily.
Thank you. And it's frustrating because it's like I know I'm gonna have to just address it all. It's not that much. I mean, I really wasn't around. But I think I'm going to have to just, address the panel thing just so it's out there so people can't pretend like.
Oh my gosh, that is such, yeah. It was so obvious though. When you show it, when I watched it,
Yeah.
it's so obvious that it was so manipulated and you were so manipulated.
And I think my favorite part of that though is when Jay says something and I'm like, what are you talking about? All you do is distractions. I'm not letting you use me for a distraction. And I said that on the Truth podcast thingy, but nobody will put that up. And then he's like, I have it. I'm listening. Play it for us. Everybody's like, where is it? We want to hear it. We want to see it.
Oh yeah, because he said, you did. He's like, you came, what did he say? You said it. I have it recorded. Yeah. And then everyone's like, or he goes, I could roll the tape right now. That's the difference is that I have it right here. And then never,
and everybody's
please.
like, okay, please. Remember, I'm like, please play it. Please. Hello.
It's like one of those people that says something with such, like Chris, right? Proudfoot says stuff with a straight face and really authoritative, gruffly, so that you think that if you say it like that, it's more believable, that it makes it fact.
Yeah, because I was like, dude, this is the difference with me. I'm not you guys. I didn't talk to anybody in this case, except for the 2 phony balonies that were sent to me, which I knew were phony balonies. And like, you can't do that. You can only do that with people that are lying to everybody and talking to everybody that they can't keep up with it.
Oh, here we go. Let's look.
But I still couldn't believe. I'm like, but what about this person? How do you not care? Like, I think I spent an hour trying to talk about Sebastian and people, and they're just like, no, we're not going to talk about him. We're going to talk about you and your kid. Like, oh yeah, that's not weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
That's not abnormal that you keep talking about my kid.
Yeah, and they were saying, he was like, and you were trying to insert yourself and say, what did he say?
I'm like, and what are you that you create? I don't. Nobody has my email. Yeah, they do. Everybody has your email. You just recently stopped giving your email. I had the email. I just wasn't going to use it without permission. Well, in all reality, I wasn't going to email. I didn't give a shit. I was trying to avoid exactly what happened anyway. So none of it really mattered. I was just trying to be safe. I was scared because my child was being dragged into something with a weirdo in this Facebook group that these people were hanging out with, in my opinion. It was weird.
Yep.
And I've done content for a long time. People network, you talk to each other, you don't do weird stuff. You talk to the person and you say, hey, you know, don't worry, it's okay. We're just keeping his name out there. You're fine. It's safe. You know, that was just, he's a little crazy and he goes too far. Because I know it's not illegal. I know what's legal and not illegal. And sadly, there's a lot of stuff that people can make up. And it's totally fine. And we're going to cover all of that tomorrow. I'm going to cover a bunch of these cases and, you know.
Right.
But I don't know. Like, I feel like Julie has really messed me up. And that, you know, I think we've talked enough. Like, I thank God all the time that I talk to Jude and you, because I wasn't going to talk to Jude. Because after the spend thing, when I knew that wasn't real, like, I knew she wasn't real, but I had so much driving that I was like, whatever. I want to talk to somebody about this case. Who cares?
Right.
So, but I'm happy I got to talk to you guys, because I feel like you know enough of what's really been going on, and I'm just drained of it, because I feel like my children's pain and suffering, my real life should never have been a factor. But then they don't care about Sebastian. They don't care about kids. They don't care about disabilities. None of the, like, it's just so awfully gross to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you see somebody like Julie and other people, and it's like, what are you freaking talking? I sold my home, moved across the country, and I'm tired. And I'm going
Yep.
through hell every day, and I don't ask for anything. I don't complain. I do complain a little, but, you know, I would never, you know what I mean. I'm just like, I want to shake my little fist in her face. I wouldn't hit her, okay? But I may or may not, you know, want to yell and stomp my feet.
Slam a door.
You know, slam a door.
I know. It's
Possibly,
hard.
you know, have my 4 fingers instead of the middle one, you know, get stuck in a position for a few moments. Because I'm like, Jesus, man, are you kidding me right now? What is wrong with you people? Why'd you have to be so mean to me? What the hell did I do to you people?
Mm-hmm.
You weirdos. Freaking creeps me out. I'm sorry to cuss, but it does. It really makes me think that it's been Chris, the stepdad, the whole time, from the Facebook group all the way on. Because it's not, this is weird.
Totally weird.
Really weird. It's suited no purpose. And I'm sorry, but Seth didn't treat me like shit.
Well,
They've been very
intimidating.
respectful. They've been very nice. And I think they've respected the fact that I didn't want to cause distractions.
Exactly.
But there's no damn way not to. Listen to this biatch. Okay, God, forgive me. I'm crankified. Don't worry, the littles aren't with me, okay? Calm your horses. I do have Dill, but he is deaf and he is sleeping. Legally deaf, not exaggerating. So I'll play this one clip just to get it out of my system. Not like anybody's here, because they've tanked my care.
Michelle just came in.
Oh. The real Michelle?
I think.
Oh, okay, because that weirdo, that the thing that said, not that Michelle, was in here the other day and I blocked her.
Oh, no, I think this is Michelle.
Oh, the real Michelle. Michelle, we have to go to lunch. I'm finally coming back. And I don't think I have to leave for another week and a half. I'd love to meet up.
I was going to get on my private jet and come over.
Yes, I would think that would be great. I got to get over my phobia of flying. See, I was supposed to go to Cali for the foundation thing for the condition with Dill, and we can't go. There's no way. Because he's got to go to that sleepaway camp, which I'm so grateful that he gets to go to. That is like the coolest thing ever. Did you see that? Did I send that to you? I mean,
You did. You told me about it, but I don't think I got any info.
Well, I know it's hard on a lot of people's spirit to watch, so I don't share it that much.
I know.
I share it on my Facebook, but that's it. Like on this channel, I'm not going to share any family stuff. It's just going to be this kind of stuff. I mean, we could talk sometimes when it's appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes me so flippin' mad because it's never been appropriate. It should not have happened. Sebastian is like, I don't know. They need to do something on a monumental level to give this kid, like, he didn't deserve any of what so many people have done.
I know. It's heartbreaking.
I just hope he comes back one day and he shows them all. Like, excuse me, this is my life. And, you know?
Uh-huh. Maybe he'll be like Elizabeth Smart.
Right? That's what I keep praying that he's okay.
Just that, but he was really just in like a cool treehouse or something.
Oh, who is that kid that used to fly around with the
Katie
project?
Proudfoot and her husband, as I mentioned, left their home in Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Where'd that? No, I don't know.
Nancy Grace questioned the mother
Okay, seriously?
to leave
I don't have a clue where this is coming from. There's nothing playing.
Did you leave the home also, Miss Proudfoot?
What in the heck?
Yes, ma'am.
Hang on.
Why?
I gotta shut the phone on and off.
To accompany my husband going back to work, and then I'm coming back.
That's Vinnie
Okay, who needs to
Politan.
be back? Do you know yet?
Mm-hmm.
What
No,
is
not
that
yet.
coming from?
Are you concerned about being away while the person's ongoing?
Absolutely, I
Oh,
am.
and it's
It's
3
okay.
o'clock in the morning. It's totally
Then why are you
fitting.
going?
3:04 a.m. This is weird.
Oh my goodness.
My son could be anywhere, and we're looking everywhere and anywhere.
Okay, Jason Jensen, your reaction.
Yeah, well, it just really seemed like
I honestly don't know what's happening.
I hate to judge the reaction. It doesn't.
There's
seem
nothing
very
playing on my YouTube.
supportive of looking for
Oh my goodness. What in the world? Look on your other device.
like she's driven
You're
to
we're,
be
this,
near her
you're on my
husband
other
and
device.
stay at home.
You're the
Her
phone.
son, who, if he did run away,
Look.
may return at any moment. So I understand where Nancy Grace was going with the line of questioning. It sounds like
There's
she's
nothing
trying
on
to
the
say
other
you
device.
should be home. That's where our mother should
Can you
be.
see it
and it's
record?
not
I put the
Nancy's
camera on so you can see.
personality.
I don't know.
I have been interviewed by Nancy. I mean, Nancy and I
Trying to
worked
shut it
together
off.
for TV when I was a correspondent at the courthouse. She would, ask me lots of questions. It's not an easy spot for anyone, but let alone someone in that position where your child is missing. Doctor,
All right, the phone's restarting. That was just really weird. I've had that happen with YouTube quite a few times lately where it goes nuts out.
Yeah, I've had it happen where other apps will be on and you don't know, Like you think that I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, I do not get it.
It's weird.
It always has that on there. I don't let him use anything else. Because he's sneaky and he's going to figure out a way to do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely figure out a way to do it anyway. I was trying to find. Oh, I was trying to look up the guy that would fly the helicopters and leave popcorn everywhere. The kid.
Oh, interesting.
You never heard of that?
No.
Hold on, I'm going to see if I can pull it up. Because I found it interesting. And then I know you got to go to bed. It's like 2 for you, right? 1 or 2?
It's 1. It's only 1.
Only one? What do you mean only one? Doesn't Holt like to get up nowadays at like 4 or 5?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
4:30.
So it's more like, way past your bedtime.
Well, I'm just not superhuman like you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not anymore. I'm not. I need, I think I'm
Sleep?
at the end of it, though. Yeah, and you know what? I was so excited about this weekend, but we were doing so many things that I didn't even get to sleep. Like last night, I didn't go to sleep till like 3, and then JJ came in and carried Dylan to the other room because we switched rooms.
Oh, I bet they're so happy to see each other,
Oh, yeah, it was fun. It was definitely fun. But I was like, we don't have to even check out of this room until 11. Why would you do that? He's like a totally different person now. He's like, you get up, you make your bed, you do this, you do that.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And with the whole other, hotel debacle, he's like, it doesn't matter. We never make excuses, even when it's not our fault. And I'm like, okay, but that's my fault. And I'm like, I understand, but sometimes you have to be, you can't, sometimes omitting things that are going on is not a good thing. Like trying to keep everything to yourself and keeping it moving. It's good in certain instances, but I have found that there's a yin to the yang of that. There's a give and a take. And by doing that, sometimes you'll become completely misunderstood. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's not good to do that. Like, I was explaining to somebody the other day, they're like, why sometimes do you get up in the middle of the night? And I'm like, because I have to. I'm not letting you know what I have to do, but there's medical things that, like, I might have to be doing for Dilly. He might need something at a certain time, not medication, but, like with the wound situation.
Yeah.
And, I try to rotate him or like the baby with all that and him getting up every 3 to, it's just all, and then Haley, forget it. But you know how they are. They'll have their own little thing. And sometimes it's 4 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they'll let you go back and lay down. And as long, we have all of our safeguards. But I don't get to go lay back down because he's 2 now and he's about to be walking. Thank you, God. But he gets up and he starts shaking and dancing. And he's ready.
No going back to sleep for him.
No. And I'm just like, what in the world am I doing?
No rest for the weary.
I know. That's why I was like, Skulnick, you little liar. There is none of the respite nonsense. They have certain programs here, but
Yeah, I think you
like
have
you
to
and
get.
I are living it every day, and we're sitting here praying for this child. We're trying to come up with ideas to help, right? We're not broadcasting stuff, and we're living a life that is long suffering, but for a beautiful reason, because we get to be blessed by like an angel in physical form every day of our lives, and we get to celebrate things that parents only get to celebrate once. We celebrate all the time, right? Like that, the first this, the first that. We get that a lot. So there's a lot
And
of
they're
blessings.
inch stones. What did my friend say? She called them, like, people say like milestones, but like we have to celebrate, like, everything is so much greater and cooler because we don't take it for granted,
Yeah. That's why I was like, and then there's this lady that I thought was going to be a great asset to everybody. Her son's not with her. She's not a caregiver. She's not a full-time caregiver at all. And she's hurting another parent that doesn't have it. Like, I don't know. I just don't understand it.
I don't get it.
There's no boundaries on YouTube. There's no boundaries in content anymore at all. There's none. There's zero. Years ago, when I would watch things, right, and then I left Like, I never would join these shows. I would like look at them and like, I don't know what this is. I don't remember certain things like being okay anywhere. Like people's kids, I don't remember people talking about people's kids. And I don't remember ever hearing people, it's like fibbing about being like a hospice nurse and like,
Oh my gosh.
you know
I
what I'm
know.
saying? Like, who does that? It's just, I don't get that. But I did find the popcorn kid's name. I texted my son. I knew he'd be up playing. This is last night before he goes back. His name is The Life and Escapades of Colton Harris Moore. And Colton Harris Moore, see, you see him. I'm not good at this. I need to watch JRL and Betty.
Oh yeah.
Because they do really good holding the phone with the phone, doing all their things. You know.
You got to zoom in. You got to zoom in. I mean, no, not like that.
Oh.
You got to use your fingers.
You can't even see it. An ad came up. Well.
Oh, it was an ad. Okay.
Yeah, when I was first watching things on YouTube, this was the guy that I remember watching stuff on him. Colton Harris Moore. And Colton Harris Moore is what I like to think of when I think of Sebastian, right?
Okay.
Not the bad stuff he did, but the like he flew an airplane. He was everywhere. Like that's what I like to think of. I'm like, you know, not the bad stuff, not the bad stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Catch Me If You Can, The Barefoot Bandit. And I'm going to do a story on it, but I got to figure out how to do it
for his cheeky way of
appropriately. Okay, so let you guys hear it real quick before we let Trishy go. Because she can go whenever she needs to go, just so you know. But I've been talking to you about this kid for months, and I couldn't remember his darn name. But he was the fugitive teenager.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Been on a crime rampage through the U.S. and Canada. Now, police on both sides of the border are desperate to catch him. Our Carolyn Jarvis picks up his trail.
It was clear as soon as we arrived, we were not welcome. A spray-painted warning by the road was the only greeting we were to receive.
Let me show you what the spray-painted warning is. How do I do this where you can actually see this warning? Hold on one second. Let's see. Just so you can get an idea of what this...
Now, police on both sides of the border are desperate to catch him. Our Carolyn Jarvis picks up his trail.
It was clear as soon as we arrived, we were not welcome.
See?
A spray-painted warning road was the only greeting we were to receive at the former home of one of the most notorious thieves in North America. His name is Colton Harris Moore, and at 19 years old, he's been labeled America's most wanted teenage bandit. He started by stealing cars, then boats, and now planes, linked to more than 50 crimes across the Pacific Northwest.
So, like, he stole planes. He could fly the planes himself.
Oh, my goodness.
So, I like to think of how he was able to do all these things, right? Not that he was a criminal, like stealing, but, you know, it makes you think that there's still hope. And then I understand how important it is to keep that hope and that faith.
Mm-hmm.
Because you never know. You never know.
Yep. Wow.
Who sued Granny? I'm finally getting caught up on chat. Let's see.
Oh, he's talking about Brittany, and I'm typing something right now, but I'm just saying, you know,
well, that's not how it goes. That doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
To the towel guy, you never know what, especially kids that are autistic, they don't sleep at night. It's like,
Yes.
and
It's a
parents
thing.
that decide not to medicate shouldn't be scalded for that.
And sometimes they take melatonin and different things, but it doesn't always work. They metabolize differently. Different people methylate, like their methylation processes.
Yes.
So everybody's biochemistry is different. Some people can't take melatonin because it gives them nightmares. Sometimes, like
Oh, that
there's,
happened to me a couple times. I can only have one brand.
I know. My kids don't do well with it either. But yeah, you have to be sensitive because not everybody has the same situation, right? So what you think is going to work for your family doesn't always work for other people's families, you know? So we need to be sensitive to other people's situations. And we don't know the history. I mean, I don't know all the details behind Granny and Brittany J. So I've followed Brittany for longer and I understand her situation, and she is bullied and it's asinine and horrible.
Well, I mean, when you have that many channels doing it day after day after day after
Yeah,
day,
it's targeted harassment.
Like, it's a little different
To
me.
So we have compassion.
Much because I'm, sleeping and doing other stuff or whatever, but I try to tune in and show support.
Yep.
Now, if the reviews keep going for longer, then I would say it's getting a little tit for tat, but there's no way because
well, there's channels even that are there's channels that are just they constantly it's not right. It's ridiculous.
It's really
horrible.
It's like and I was saying it doesn't matter. You don't have to answer. They're going to do that anyway. Even if you ignore it, they're not going to stop. So in my mind, since so many people, all they want is the nonsensical drama, then let her do it. I think she should have the other channel, and she should address it all the time on the other channel so that at least she can get something out of the content, because that's all it is to them is money.
Clicks.
Yeah. So if they're going to make that much money off of her, she might as well say her piece and make money back off of them. But I mean, I think that's just silly to say that she sued over free speech, because I think it was way different. But even so, no matter what it is, I mean, you have this Skolnick advocate suing people. She's going to be suing, allegedly, and going to the cops for no reason. In my opinion, there's no reason to go to the cops on Betty for Betty's rant. If you can't handle people saying that they're going to, talk about you and stuff like that, what are you doing here? All you've done is try to be talked about. You just talked about another kid. And you went on this panel saying that, I'll give you my husband's ex-wife's name, everybody in my family's full names. I'll give you everybody. You can dig into everyone.
Oh,
okay.
No.
Why would you do that? Obviously, you've been begging for this to happen. She's been begging for this to happen, in my opinion. I think it was a setup on Betty. It's like payback. Like, people have been offended from over the years that maybe they weren't making content together or whatever. And now it's like payback. I don't think people are actually upset about things that people have done. I think some of the viewers might be, or might think they are. But I think for the different creators and characters, this is all, you didn't let me, do that show with you, and you didn't give me a piece of that case, and you didn't. That's what I think it is. Because look at how weird they were with me. That's weird. It's like they're paranoid. Like, there's only so many people to go around. And if you're doing stuff, you're taking my people. And that's not how it is. There's 7 million people in Tennessee and 300 and something in America. Everybody's different. Everybody has something different to offer, too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think this is neat, and I'm going to talk about the barefoot bandit and how he ate popcorn everywhere he went. I think they
Well,
ultimately
that's
found him because of the popcorn.
he was like Hansel and Gretel.
Yes.
The trail, leaving the trail. Oh man, I wish that was the case for Sebastian. That would be wonderful.
It would. And that's why I figured, I want to show all different perspectives. I want to show similarities in a negative, but I also want to show, you never know, in a positive. Let's forget I don't think he did anything violent. I think it was just like, criminal stuff, like stealing stuff.
Oh, the popcorn kid?
Yeah. I think it's Colton. Was that his name, Colton? Yep.
I think so. Mm-hmm.
Colton. The fugitive teen. But he was like viral in 2013 before content was like a big thing.
You didn't hear me yawn. I was not yawning.
In the beginning of content making, there was a kid that was a barefoot bandit that loved popcorn and learned how to fly a darn plane himself. I mean, it's an incredible story that he was able to do it all. That's what's so incredible. And
he was only 15?
Yes, and I was hoping if I cover it, maybe people will tell Seth about it, and then Seth could watch things that could give him a little bit of positivity.
Mm-hmm. That's very
the other
cool.
thing when they go after, like, oh, he shouldn't be able to do this. I think that he needs to do something. He has to do something. I think the best thing in the world would be for him to have land and have animals and to have kids coming. Like my daughter, they go, we're lucky because my mom has horses.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh, like hippotherapy or whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it the horse riding? Therapeutic horseback riding? Well, that's animal care, but there's also therapeutic horseback riding. So
Yeah, we just call it animal. I didn't know there's like a word. We just call it animal therapy. And then we'll take her to my horse because now the white one's mine, technically. And I think she just wants me to stop paying for it. But it saves a lot of money.
Yeah.
To have somebody, and have your own ability.
Oh, yeah. It's wonderful. It's very therapeutic too. Yeah, there's something with with actual just the horses and riding them, the movement, the rhythmic, and the I don't know. I learned about it. Mm-hmm. And the bond. Cece was really good. Really. No, nothing. Nothing.
Oh, okay. I thought you just said Cece. I know you're talking to me.
Oh, yes. You didn't do anything. It's okay.
Are you tired? You're tired.
I'm tired.
I'm looking for my drink and then I'll get back on the road again. But yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing, and I'd love to catch up on chat before I don't see it. Yeah, they have a long history. It's too confusing, but I just think it's not equal, and
it's
you
not.
Can't play these nonsensical games with like, oh, this free speech and that free speech. Everybody's being hypocritical. Everybody that's saying it, that one side seems to be one side of evil, and they're just not being honest at all, not even a little.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion. I mean, it's really ridiculous.
I agree. I hope it ends. That stuff. The bad stuff. Karen Reed's trial is tomorrow. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Uh-oh, I lost you. I wonder if what happened? Did you mute out? Well, I'll be watching Emily D. Baker tomorrow early, I do believe, because she's going to be broadcasting the Karen Reed trial, and I believe it's in Massachusetts, so it's on the East Coast, which is always fun for people like me that are on the West Coast because we can wake up and it looks like she's streaming at 6:15 my time. So that's something to watch, and it will be exciting because it's a retrial. And I agree with the defense. They have a superstar lineup with lots of really cool attorneys. I believe a lot of them are working pro bono. I know that one's from California and was an old prosecutor from LA, and he's really good. So it's been fun. It's been fun watching. It's like a battle, a legal battle. Oh, well, Mom and... Uh-oh, it's the signal vanished. Well, if she wants, I can just close out for the night. I'm going to be hitting the set.
Hello, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I think it's just the signal's unstable over here. Hello. Can you guys hear me in chat? Hello. I don't know if it's working. Hello. I don't know if you can hear me, but the signal over here is not good, and I have to get back on the road and start driving. I have an hour and 40 minutes left. So I guess I'll wrap it up, and then if I'm bored, if anybody's around, I will come back and just talk to whoever's up. So leave me a comment on one of the videos and let me know. So nobody is awake this late, and we'll finish what I was trying to do tomorrow, and we'll go over the rest of that, and then I think hopefully that'll be it and I don't have to address it again. But I hope you guys have a great night, and thank you so much for being here. I'll have the exit music playing, and then you can keep chatting. And if the signal improves, I'll come back and I will review the last two as I'm driving home because it's keeping me awake and entertained. I'm getting a coffee at the Tennessean. I love this travel stop. It's like a whole big store. It's really cool. So thank you so much, Trishy, for coming up and keeping me company. I really appreciate it, and I'd love to have you come up again.
She's got a heart that never quits, child. Advocate. like a journalist star, lending a hand no matter who you are. Counseling with love, she's a guiding light, seeing the good even in the fight. Dr. Phil's wisdom she throws in the mix, momming it up with her signature fix. Mama with a mission strong and true, changing the world with every view. Special needs kids in her embrace, champion for them a saving grace. Mama with a mission strong and true, changing the world with every view. Special needs kids in her embrace, champion for them a saving grace. Dedicated mind, always on the track, never letting injustice slip through the crack. Voice for the voiceless, she stands tall, breaking barriers, tearing down the wall. Every opinion she gives with care, helping others understand and share. In a world that can be so damn tough, her wisdom and love are more than enough. Mama with a mission strong and true, changing the world with every view. Special needs kids in her embrace, champion for them a saving grace. Mama with a mission strong and true, changing the world with every view. Special needs kids in her embrace, champion for them a saving grace. Yeah, champion for them a saving grace. She's got a heart that never quits, child, advocating every step through the wild. Digs deep for truth like a journalist star.
She's the force of nature, strong and kind, voice for those who can't speak their mind. Sees the world through a lens so clear, finds the truth without any fear. Oh, she's warming it up day and night, with a heart that's glowing bright, helping those who need a hand, guiding them to understanding. Counseling hearts so wise and true, in her mind visions of the new, sees potential in every soul, loves her compass, loves her goal. Oh, she's warming it up day and night, with a heart that's glowing bright, helping those who need a hand, guiding them to understanding. Counseling hearts so wise and true, in her mind visions of the new, sees potential in every soul, loves her compass, loves her goal. Oh, she's warming it up day and night, with a heart that's glowing bright, helping those who need a hand, guiding them to understanding. Advocate for every child, lending ears and running wild, shines a light in the darkest place, fighting battles with mother's grace.
investigates with sharpest eyes, exposes truth, no compromise, holds opinions strong and willful, but gives advice that's ever skillful.
Woke up before the dawn, she's got her armor on, fighting for those who can't, champion with a loving chant, investigates the hidden truth with a pen sharp and cool.
Woke up before the dawn, she's got her armor on, fighting for those who can't, champion with a loving chant. Investigates the hidden truth with a pen sharp and couth, unlocks doors with every word, and justice never goes unheard. Oh, she's momming it up with a heart so tough, advocate for every child, makes the world a little more wild. Canceling in every call, patching up before the fall. She sees the good in every face, spreads hope all over the place, like Dr. Phil with a softer touch, opinions from below.